right. Just once. Just once. Okay, you should be able to hear me now.
There you are.
Yay! Just once. Just once. I want this to work without drama. Just want the drama on the
Yep.
page.
Yep.
Um, all right. So, Andrew and I need to add the French in. And this is going to be painful for everyone involved. Because normally I get a sample track from someone and we just play it and I say it right along. And uh, for
You usually get it
reasons
from
I did.
a native French speaker, right?
Usually I get it from a native French speaker, correct.
Yep.
And
Yep.
for reasons related to. Um, oh, that's right. And yes, I got a haircut. For reasons related to some family stuff that Andrew knows about, I did not ask in a timely fashion, so I don't have the track, which means that we're going to handle it a different way, and it means also that you all get to hear me. Um, this is going to be excruciating, basically, is what I'm telling you. Um, so so I just can only offer you apologies for the excruciating nature. Um, all right. Well, shall we attempt this?
Yes, we shall. I'm just organizing my ducks. Oh, that was not what I meant to do. It's okay. It's okay.
So, just to let you know that, so I don't speak French. I've taken Duolingo French, and I've worked to learn how to put my voice in the right part of my mouth. Um, but I basically use a trick from violin from the Suzuki method, um, which is that when I am learning a phrase phonetically, um, that I work backwards on it. Um, so I start with the last sound, um, and then build back. What most of the time people do when they try to learn something new is they start at the beginning and then they go forward. Um, and so you wind up with an opening that you can say pretty smoothly, but you can't get to the end of the sentence. And the way this works, the newest sound that you've learned is always the first thing you say. Whereas with the starting at the beginning, the newest thing you've learned is always the last thing you do. So it's harder to hold it in your head. But that is part of why this is going to be excruciating, is because you're going to hear me run through these to try to get it smooth in my mouth. And we're just going to have to say it multiple times, sentence by sentence. And then Andrew will put it in and make me sound less stumbly. Does that sound like that's describing the process correctly, Andrew?
I think that's 100% correct.
Yep. Um, so, um, oh, let me know when you are ready with the first one, which is, I think,
How you ail?
était à elle. On volait. On,
Un voleur.
on volait.
Uh,
On voleur. Ugh, god damn it. Why do I put French in books?
no N on that. Just
Oh, oh, yeah.
uh. Yeah, there you go. All right, so I'll roll you into it, and then I'll just keep rolling, and the way we
uh,
do. for just
Yep.
that first sentence. Sound good?
Yes, just give me half a second. Sorry, I just realized that I wanted to. I had okay, what page is this? I'm actually not going to be looking at the
106.
page.
Oh, sorry. No,
I'm gonna be looking-
123. 123.
Thanks. I just wanted our
Right in the middle.
Yep, there we go. So we go till there's a natural pause. What you will be occasionally hearing, I'm just going to show it to you.
Leanne says, "Let the force be with you" in French.
Thanks, Leanne. That's pretty good. Okay. So.
So I'll roll you into it with the long pre-roll just to make sure. Oh, you're listening. Yeah, sorry.
Yep. So I'm gonna listen.
Ton parent était à elle un voleur?
Ton parent était à elle un voleur de l'air. Think G, say G, think R. Say G, think R. Okay, try it again.
And Gimlet responded by standing on her hind legs. The tall woman's voice was elegantly lunar French with an unexpectedly low timbre.
Ton parent était à elle. Ton parent était à elle un voleur. Ton parent était à elle un voleur. Ton parent. Oh, God damn it. Ton parent était à elle un voleur. Ton parent était à elle un voleur? Does that sound plausible?
Yeah, that last one was pretty good. Ton parent. I don't think you necessarily have to go quite so fast because we can always play with that if that makes sense. I'll roll you into it one more time, but I've kept that. Or you just want to do your thing here.
Just give me a second. My spouse and I, as it is our 25th wedding anniversary, so we indulge a little. Ton parent était à elle. Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Okay, here we go.
Lay low timbre.
My spouse and I, as it is our 25th wedding anniversary, so we indulge a little. Ton parent était à elle un voleur. Ton parent était à elle un voleur. Plausible?
The second one was plausible. Just I think if we just do it a couple more times and even smooth it out a little bit more, and also remember how cute Gimlet is.
Yeah, that's the basic thing. Okay. I'll just
lay
keep
low
doing
timbre.
it. Ton parent était à elle un voleur. Ton parent était à elle un voleur. Ton parent était à elle un voleur. Ton parent
I really like the last volet.
Oh, great. That one
voleur
felt like I was talking
really
to
nice.
a small dog. Yeah.
Yep. Let's see here.
You edit. I am going to go and try to get the second one.
Okay. I'm just working on a little thing.
Great. Can you mute yourself coming my way? Because I'm about to turn my speakers on.
You got it.
Thanks. Okay. I'll let you all see the screen I am on. Now I'll let you stay where you are.
Yeux.
Ew. Oops.
Tes yeux.
Tis you.
Dans tes yeux.
Don't tis you.
Mettre dans tes yeux.
Mettre dans tis you.
Les mettre dans tes yeux.
Les mettre dans tes yeux.
Pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Pour les mettre dans tes pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Pour mes lettres dans tes yeux. Pour mes lettres pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
No S on the don. It's don.
Thank you. Pour mes lettres pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Pour les mettre pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Les mettre dans tes yeux. Les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Told y'all it would be excruciating.
Voler les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Voler les étoiles. Ugh. Not what I wanted to do. Whose idea was this? Why do I put foreign languages in my books? Don't know, but I have regrets. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, let me hear that. I'm gonna mute my speakers. Okay. You sped me up a little, didn't you? Oh, really? Got it. Yeah, cool. Ah, good job, me. He usually has to speed me up a little bit to make it sound real. Yeah.
You only lost me because I had to mute my mic so that I wasn't coming out of my Robinette speaker. But I'll remember to turn myself back on when we're done.
It's always important to remember to turn yourself on. Suppose so. Okay. Les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Voler les étoiles.
No. Yep, it's okay. Can hear you all the time.
Voler les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Voler les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Tes yeux. Sound.
À voler les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
À voler les étoiles. À voler les étoiles. Yeah. À voler les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Nearly ready.
Kael a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Kael. Let me hear that by itself.
Kwaen.
Kael. Kael a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Kael a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Kael a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Kael. That one by itself.
Kwaen.
Kael.
Kael a volé.
Kael a volé.
Kael a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Kael a volé les étoiles. Kael a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Parce qu'Kael a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Parce Kael. Parce. Pause. Let me slow it down so I can. Parce qu'elle.
Parce. Parce.
Passe. Passe.
Parce qu'Kael a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Parce que. Parce que.
Parce qu'Kael a volé les étoiles.
Parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Dans tes yeux. Thank you. Shall we try it? just muted the speakers so you can unmute and they can hear you ask me that question. No, I think I'm okay.
Okay, great. Let's do what we've been doing. I'll punch you in after the first French thing, so after voler. And then I'll let it roll.
Kael a volé. Les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Okay, let's see what happens.
Sounds good. And then just on top of all the other things, remember the cute dog.
Yes.
Here we go.
Elle vole.
One more time. Sorry. Can you give me a slightly longer pre-roll on this one?
Oh yeah, for sure. Sorry.
It doesn't have to be hugely longer, but
An unexpectedly low timbre. Ton perron était à elle un voleur.
parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Parce qu'elle a volé. Parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Parce qu'elle a volé. Parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Les mettre dans tes yeux. Parce qu'elle a volé. Parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Which piece of that sentence means which thing?
I can help with that, I think.
Fortunately, I have where you would. I've got the
Which thing
translate
means
thing
what?
up.
I mean, if you already know it, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's no worries.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind myself.
Gotcha. I think that certainly the ones near the end were getting good when you remember the kind of the cuteness of Gimlet and don't go so fast and have her kind of
Yes.
her timbre. It works really well.
Okay.
So let's try it again with that still in mind.
One
But
more
it's good.
time with acting.
No, just with even more acting.
Okay.
Put the actor on 11.
Great.
Here we go.
An unexpectedly low timbre. Ton perron était à elle un voleur.
Parce qu'elle. Yeah. Sorry.
No worries.
Hang on.
An unexpectedly low timbre. Ton perron était à elle un voleur.
Parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Dans, there's no Z. Voler les étoiles du ciel. There we go. There's my pause.
After ciel, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep. Cool. All right. Should we try again?
Yep.
Here we go.
An unexpectedly low timbre. Ton perron était à elle un voleur.
Parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel Parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Parce qu'elle.
There's some good stuff in there.
Okay.
Give me 1 sec.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I'm going to go grab the next chunk.
Okay.
Next one is shorter, thank God.
Si mignon petit.
Si mignon petite.
Si mignon petit.
Si mignon petite. I should be okay with that one. Oh, bonjour. Where is your si mignon petite? Si mignon petite dog. Oh, bonjour. Where is your si mignon petite dog? Okay,
Almost there.
that's fine. I was just thinking about jumping ahead to the last giant one.
Okay. Can we do one quick thing for me before you do that?
Yes, please.
Can you do pour les mettre dans tes yeux, and instead of landing on les for so long, make pour and les the same length.
Pour les
So right now it's
mettre.
going pour les, yeah. So just
Gotcha,
make them
gotcha.
even, yeah, rhythmically, yeah.
Yep,
And
yep.
that's all. If you can just do that phrase, I'll roll.
Okay. Pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Pour les mettre. Which is the, where is this stress in this syllable?
Mettre.
This
Pour les mettre. Mettre.
Pour les mettre, mettre dans. Pour les
Mettre.
mettre
The last
dans.
part is like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not voiced really. Yeah.
Yep. I can't tell if you're rolling or not rolling.
Sorry, I will roll now. Here we go.
Okay. Pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
The rhythm is great now, but I've lost the cute.
Okay.
Rolling.
Pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Pour les mettre dans. Pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Pour les mettre. Pour les mettre dans. Pour les mettre. Lucia, pour les mettre dans tes yeux. Pour les mettre. Mettre dans tes yeux. Pour les
One
mettre
sec. I
dans
think I got
tes-
something.
Okay, great. Thank God. just gonna keep saying the words over and over and over.
No, that was good. Let me mess with this a little bit, please. You can, if you want to study the next one or whatever you said you were going to do. That's fine.
I'm just gonna briefly wander over and look at the comments to see. Yes. All right. So I'm going to start working on that next bit. Okay.
Annie, si elle a besoin de calme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Cabine.
Cabine.
Sa cabine.
Sa cabine.
Dans sa cabine.
Dans sa cabine.
Amber. Tempérant était à elle un voleur.
Soit dans sa cabine.
Soit dans sa cabine.
Soit dans sa cabine.
Soit dans sa cabine. Soit dans sa cabine. Qu'elle.
Qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
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 Qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. For those who are coming in late, we are fixing French, or putting in French, and I am using Google to help me with the pronunciation. I'm using Suzuki method by starting at the end and working backwards.
Mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
What's that word? Oh.
Mieux.
Mieux. Mieux.
Mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
Mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. I'm also writing down a phonetic for me. Does not make sense to anyone else. It's not actually phonetically rendered. One time I discovered that the best language for me to write down French was actually Pinyin, which is how you phonetically render Mandarin in English, in Roman language characters.
C'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
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 C'est mieux. C'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. C'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
Calme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
Calme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Calme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Also, just as a reminder for other people who came in late, I don't speak French.
De calme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
De calme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. De calme.
De calme, alors
De
c'est
calme.
mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
De calme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. De calme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
Besoin de calme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Besoin,
Besoin.
besoin,
Besoin. Besoin de calme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. I'll be able to pause after calm. We can do that in two passes. Besoin de calme.
a besoin de calme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
Besoin. I'll write it down. This is why you do this. Aller. De calme. De calme. De calme. Calme. Besoin. Soin. Besoin de calme. Besoin de calme. De. Besoin. Thank you.
A besoin de calme.
You are correct. Yes, please. I would love to hear it. Besoin.
They can hear it too, so I'm going to send it through the whole thing here.
Yep, let me mute my speakers so that we aren't getting doubling there.
Ready?
Yeah.
Woman's voice was elegantly lunar French with an unexpectedly low timbre. Tempérant était à elle un voleur, parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. There's the transition from the first sentence to the second. I can hear the edit in the, and I don't. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. One sec.
Yes. And the reason that we're doing this before we get to the end is because when we insert these, any markers that Andrew places will get pushed. So it's better to insert them before we keep going so that everything is where it's supposed to be.
Low timbre.
Try this.
Parce qu'elle a legs. The tall woman's voice was elegantly lunar French with an unexpectedly low timbre. Tempérant était à elle un voleur, parce qu'elle a volé les étoiles du ciel pour les mettre dans tes yeux.
Yes, thank you. That sounds much better. I don't know what you fixed or what I was hearing, but you have fixed it.
As long as it's fixed. It was the gap. There was a gap that you were, I think, was annoying you with the transition.
Mm-hmm.
Aël a besoin de calme, alors c'est mieux qu'Aël soit dans sa...
Aël a besoin. Aël a besoin de. Aël. Okay. Si Aël. Annie, si Aël a besoin de. Annie, si.
Annie, si Aël a besoin...
Si Aël. Annie, si Aël a besoin de. Annie. Annie, si Aël. Annie, si Aël a besoin. Annie, si Aël a besoin de calme. Annie, si Aël a besoin de calme. Annie, si Aël a besoin de calme. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. So the next one that we have is actually oh bonjour, where is your petite, si mon mignon petit dog. So I have a breakout thing of just the French. Give me half a second and I can tell you where we are. Because mignon only appears once in the book, so I can just search for it. In theory. You may have witnessed one. I mean, I may have also just done that one and we were okay with it because it's not very long. It's on 139. Yeah, I mean, it seems straightforward enough that I would not have panicked about it with my Duolingo French. Have you set it so they can hear you again?
No, I have. Sorry about that.
Okay. That's okay.
I'm looking for 790, which is right before. Here we go. Yeah. If you want to do it
Great.
again, we could maybe smooth it out, but it's there. Take a listen.
Let me see what I can. Oh, bonjour. Where is your si mignon petit dog?
I don't find it particularly bothersome.
I think that's
How do you
fine.
feel about it? Okay.
Totally fine.
So then the next one is 140 something rather. 148.
Yes.
I'll double check. Let me find the spot. Sweetheart, tell her she should
Hang
come.
on.
There it is. Page 148 at the bottom. Oh no, 147. Yeah.
Yes, 147. Yep.
Gotcha. And that's the one you've been working on, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Are you ready to?
I am ready to.
do some
I'm
of
ready
this?
to roll.
All right, here we
See
go.
what happens.
All right.
Put her hand on Jonla's arm. Sweetheart, tell her she should come.
Annie, si elle a besoin de comme besoin. Annie, si elle a besoin de comme. Annie, si elle a besoin de calme. Annie, si elle a besoin de calme, alors c'est mieux. Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Should we just go through de calme, and then I can come
Yeah,
in
let's
for the
just
second?
do
Or
that.
do you want me to? Yeah,
No,
I
let's
can
go through de
probably do
calme.
the whole thing, but maybe faster to break
No,
it into.
let's do that. Let's break it into two. Yeah. Let's do the first one just a couple more times here.
Put her hand on Jonla's arm. Sweetheart, tell her she should come.
Annie, si elle a besoin. I see why I'm having problems. Ha ha ha. Si elle a besoin. Just gonna write that again. De calme. Okay, one more time.
Put her hand on Jonla's arm. Sweetheart, tell her she should come.
Annie, si elle a besoin de comme. Annie, si elle a besoin. Annie, si elle a besoin de comme. Annie, si elle a besoin de comme.
One sec. Yeah, that was inflection that wise better. Yeah.
Yeah.
If she wants to be. Yeah. Let's do that again. Besoin is bothering me a little bit. I think it's besoin.
Besoin.
Yeah.
Okay.
De calme. Here we go.
Put her hand on Jonla's arm. Sweetheart, tell her she should come.
Annie, si elle a besoin de comme. Annie, si elle a besoin de comme. Annie, si elle a besoin de comme.
That was it.
Okay, great. That one felt good.
Yep, that's good.
Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors c'est mieux.
Mieux.
Mieux. Mieux. Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. 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 Why is French? Why do I do this? Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Yep. Look, I have the opportunity. I don't have to write universal translators. I could just not put the foreign languages in. Like, I could just say, they said something in French that she didn't understand. Instead, I put the language in.
Put her hand on Jalna's arm. Sweetheart, tell her she should come. Annie, si elle a besoin de come.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Alors c'est mieux.
Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa
Alors, c'est
cabine.
mieux. Soit dans sa cabine. Yeah. Here we go.
Heart, tell her she should come. Annie, si elle a besoin de come.
Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle... Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Which word is... Just, I am taking a moment to look at my translation.
Mhm. You can make the
Alors,
first word
c'est
a little more.
mieux.
Alors.
Alors,
There you
c'est
go.
mieux. Okay,
And I like the inflection you're getting there at the end. It was good.
great.
Here we go.
Heart, tell her she should come. Annie, si elle a besoin de come.
Alors, c'est... Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, G.
I shouldn't have said anything. It's just, yeah, alors.
Yeah.
You were really
Alors,
close. Yep.
alors, c'est mieux. Alors,
And the
Alors.
M-I-E-U-X is just mieux. So it's
Mieux.
not two syllables. Yeah, alors
Okay,
c'est
thank
mieux.
you.
Mhm.
Alors, c'est mieux.
Heart, tell her she should come. Annie, si elle a besoin de come.
Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux
I just-
qu'elle. Okay, you what?
Sorry, I need more of Jalna.
Yep.
You're getting. Yep.
Heart, tell her she should come. Annie, si elle a besoin de come.
Alors, c'est mieux. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux. Alors, c'est mieux. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle
you run-
soit dans sa...
Can you run it the backwards way you do before, as you've done
Yep.
before? That might be a possibility.
Yep.
I'm just gonna roll.
Okay. Cabine, sa cabine, dans sa cabine, soit dans sa cabine, qu'elle soit dans sa cabine, mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Sa cabine, dans sa cabine, soit dans sa cabine. Qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. C'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors, c'est Alors c'est mieux qu'elle. Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors c'est mieux alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit. Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors c'est mieux qu'elle. Alors
Yeah.
oh, thank God.
Yeah, well, so
It's
so sorry.
stopping me.
I gotta stop you for one second. I want you to do it one more time the backwards way you're doing because that's working really well. I need more inflection, more of the when you did that English part with the French accent and then you read the French, that made the
Yes,
French
yes. Okay.
sing song
Got it.
sing song better. And I'm missing that for this part. Here we go.
Got it. And here I am, Joanna, and I have something to say. Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. And Joanna is, oh my, Annie, why are you doing this to me? Is sa cabine, dans sa cabine, soit dans sa cabine. Qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. C'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Annie, she needs some quiet. Alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Please,
There you
dear
go.
God,
Stop.
tell me that.
Give me a minute.
It's fine. Excruciating. I did promise excruciating, didn't I? But this is why I like working with Andrew, because he does not let me sound like shit.
Le yoga est calme, et elle ne devrait évidemment pas être seule dans cet état. État.
État. État.
État.
Sorry.
That's fine. Really, you have nothing to apologize for since I am the one that is making all of this. This is so very my fault.
Cet état.
Cet état. Cet état. Cet état.
Cet état.
Cet état. Cet état. Cet état. I love it when a thing's a lead. Dans cet état. Don't have to check that one.
Seul dans cet état.
Seul dans cet état. Don't worry about it too much on this one. Seul dans
Être seul dans cet état.
Être seul dans cet état. Être seul dans cet état. Être seul, être seul dans cet état. Être seul dans cet état.
Pas être seul.
Pas être toi. Pas être seul. Seul. Pas être seul dans cet état.
Évidemment pas être seul dans cet état.
Évidemment, pas être seul. Évidemment. Évidemment, pas être seul dans cet état. Well, hello, small cat. Hi, Elsie. Come here. Look, you can come up in my lap right now. You can say hello to the nice people. Yeah, Elsie. Hi. Hello. Come on. They can't see you. Up here. Shoulder. No. Elsie. Hey, kid. Psst, psst, psst. Shoulder. Elsie, shoulder. Yes. Yes. No. What are you doing, Elsie? Elsie, shoulder. Thank you. Good girl. High five. Good girl. Yeah? Okay, circle. Elsie, circle. Circle. No, that's not what I'm asking for. Circle. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah? You want to do another? Okay, high five. No, that's not a high five. Come on, high five. High five. High five. High five. That's not, you need to go in my palm. Thank you. Okay, good girl. Good girl. You're going to go away now? Goodbye. Yes.
Devrait évidemment pas.
Devrait? Oh, yeah. I'm muting my speakers so that they can hear you again.
Here you go.
Gaël a besoin de gomme.
Oh, gotta give you more pre-roll than that.
Annie rested her hand on Janla's arm. Sweetheart, tell her she should come. Annie, si Gaël a besoin de gomme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
I think it's the same. It sounds amazing. Thank you for making me sound coherent. I think it's the same thing with that the gap again.
Okay, let's see.
I don't know why. It's just this between the first and the second. I just want slightly more breath, I think.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's what I just added more in here. Try this.
Annie rested her hand on Janla's arm. Sweetheart, tell her she should come. Annie, si Gaël a besoin de gomme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So now, is she bad Midwestern French?
Oh, she's bad. Yeah.
Oh, well then don't even work on it.
but she speaks it.
Ne devrait évidemment
Le
pas
yoga est
être
calm.
seul dans cet état.
Yeah, that's what we're heading. That's where we're heading. Yes.
Ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état.
But I want her to at least. I want to have at least some. But this isn't the first time she has said these words, so I need to be at least.
Et à elle ne devrait évidemment pas être seule dans cet état.
Iael. Okay. You ready for Annie? Le yoga est calme. Iael ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Yep. Le yoga est calme. Le yoga est calme. It's perfect. Oops. Oh, hang on. No. I just accidentally deleted something that I needed to be able to see. Okay.
All right, here we go.
Soit dans sa
and also
cabine.
let me.
Le yoga est calme.
One more time. Sorry.
Sure.
Soit dans sa cabine. Le yoga est calme.
Iael ne devrait évidemment pas être sous dans sa pas être okay.
Être, but yeah.
Être. Right.
And the
I'm
first
just
one
gonna
is
write that a different way.
a, not et, but a. Iael ne devrait.
Devrait. Iael ne
Évi-
devrait.
Et Iael ne devrait évidemment. Mhm.
Iael ne devrait.
Et Iael.
Iael ne devrait évidemment.
Et Iael.
Iael.
Et is pronounced a, yeah. Mhm.
Iael. Évidemment.
Évidemment. Mhm.
Évidemment.
The TRE is kind of a throwaway. Être.
Yeah. Pas être.
There you go.
Seul dans cet état. Cet état. Cet
Cet-
état.
Cet. Mhm.
Cet
Cet
état.
état.
Cet
Mhm.
état. Cet état.
Cet état. Mhm.
Cet état. Okay.
All right, here we go.
Soit dans sa cabine.
Iael ne devrait évidemment pas être dans cet état, dans cet état, seul dans cet état, pas être seul. I'm just not going to do the R. Pas être seul dans cet état. Pas être seul dans cet état. Évidemment, évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Évidemment pas être, pas être, pas être, pas... Évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. AIL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Well, aren't you just the sweetest thing? AIL. Well, except she's not Southern, which is where I just went. Oh, now isn't... Oh, don't you know? Isn't that so? AIL ne devrait... AIL ne devrait évidemment pas être... Oh, sorry. Yep. My bad. I did, and that was I did listen to it in Google Translate, and it is not pronounced. Yes, no. Hang on. I'm just gonna listen to it again.
EAL ne devrait.
And it's very much EIL.
EAL ne devrait.
EIL.
EAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état.
I'm just gonna do it. Okay. I'm just gonna listen to this and then do it.
EAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état.
IAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. IAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. IAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Apparently, I just go Southern at the drop of a hat. Cet état. Well, that's just wonderful. Well, Oh, now. IAL ne devrait évidemment pas être. IAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. IAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. IAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. IAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Dans cet état. Wouldn't you like a good soup? I'm just so worried about you. IAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. IAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. IAL ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Yeah, let's hear that one. Yeah, I can drop the pitch because I was feeling it myself.
Okay, you want to try one more time? I'll save that one because that one, like I said, was
Not bad.
sorry. I'll tell.
No, I've just muted. It's fine. I don't need it playing again.
Okay. Let's do it again. Here we go.
Soit dans sa cabine. Le yoga est calme.
Il ne devrait évidemment pas être. Il ne devrait. Il ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Now then, what are we going to do about you? Il ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Il ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état. Il ne devrait évidemment. And obviously, what are we talking about? And obviously shouldn't be alone in this state. Il ne devrait évidemment pas être seul dans cet état.
That
And
was really good,
obviously
actually.
Okay, great.
But when you read it, when you read the line in English beforehand in her accent and then do it,
Yes.
that was really good.
Good.
Let's go with that.
Thank God.
The only thing that is not right on accent wise is être, but I think that if it's Annie and with her accent, that's maybe okay.
It's
'Cause it's the
totally
correct
fine.
word.
That is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, great.
It is a choice.
Great. Put this together.
Excruciating. Okay, everything else, we've only got one more. We've only got one more.
Cool.
And it's shorter.
Le yoga est calme.
Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant.
Prends soin de ton parent magnifique enfant.
Ignore the G. Magnifique.
Magnifique. Magnifique. Prends soin de ton parent.
Enfant.
Enfant.
Magnifique. Magnifique enfant.
Magnifique enfant. Magnifique enfant. Maybe you all learn these phrases in French, so that you, given how long it takes me to say any given one.
Parent, magnifique enfant.
Parent, magnifique enfant. Parent, magnifique enfant.
Ton parent, magnifique enfant.
Ton parent, magnifique enfant.
De ton parent, magnifique enfant.
De ton parent, magnifique enfant.
Soin
Le yoga
Soin
est
de ton
calme.
parent,
Oh, you ready to play?
Soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant.
Soit de ton parent, magnifique enfant. enfant. Sois de tempérament, magnifique enfant.
Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant.
Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Okay. And that's it.
All right, here we go.
Elle a besoin. Annie rested her hand on Jonla's arm. Sweetheart, tell her she should come. Annie, si elle a besoin de comme, alors c'est mieux qu'elle soit dans sa cabine. Le yoga est calme. Et elle ne devrait évidemment pas être seule dans cet état.
Great.
Good.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
She's so fun. All right, so on to the last one. So you've already been working on it. I think I heard you working on it. I haven't gotten to it yet. Let's go to it. It says page 175. Is that correct?
Let me find it. I have not actually. 175, that sounds right.
174. 174, sorry.
Okay.
Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here we go.
Is not so much activity. She bent to fondle Gimlet's ears.
Prends soin de ton parent. Oh, prends soin. Oh, I didn't write this one out phonetically. No wonder I'm having problems. Prends soin. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Gonna listen to this one more time.
Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant.
Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. And now, my beautiful child, hello, I am Jonah. And now we are speaking in French, and then we go up at the end, and then we talk along a very level, and we go up. Take care of your parent, beautiful child. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Prends soin de ton parent. Prends soin. I'm gonna drink some water. Try that one more time. Yeah. Yes, that's a new trick that helps a lot. Look, here's Gimlet. I will say it to Gimlet. Okay. Prends soin. That's fine. I'll just keep. Soin. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. And now, here we are. And take care of your parent, beautiful child. Take care of your parent, beautiful child. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Prends soin de ton prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Take care of your parent, beautiful child. Parent. Take care of your parent, beautiful child. Hello, I am Jonah. Take care of your parent, beautiful child. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Oh, yep. Enfant. Prends soin. Okay. Prends soin. Okay, let me see my Google.
Prends soin de ton parent. Prends soin. Prends soin.
Prends soin.
Prends soin.
Prends soin. Soin. Soin.
Prends soin.
Soin. Prends soin. Okay, one more time. And I don't think they can hear you right now. I've just muted the speaker. Prends soin.
Okay. Here we go.
Is not so much activity. She bent to fondle Gimlet's ears.
Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. And now I will tell you, take care of your parent, beautiful child. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant.
Let's do it again. It's just enfant.
Enfant.
Magnifique.
Thank you.
Enfant. Yeah. Mm-hmm. One more time, please.
Is not so much activity. She bent to fondle Gimlet's ears.
Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Enfant magnifique enfant. Parent magnifique enfant. Take care of your parent, magnifique enfant. Magnifique enfant. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. Oh, Gimlet, you are so sweet. Prends soin de ton parent, magnifique enfant. And there's a train.
Aha! That was good, though. I think I got it right before the train. One sec. Oh, that was good timing by the train, just after.
Thank God.
One sec.
It's fine. And then we get to go back to actually finishing it. Okay. I just yanked the earphone out of my ear. That was great.
Oh, ouch. You all right?
Okay. While Andrew is doing that, I will show you my extremely very 100% accurate, highly this is the writing that I do to try to capture what's happening. Sorry, I keep hitting the microphone. It's super, like that's exactly how one normally writes French under any circumstances. Super scientific. I do not know why I do this to myself. I honestly, like, it happens Leanne, you are correct. Every time Annie speaks Lunar French, a French person drops dead someplace. I'm looking to see if you have found my pen. You have. That is correct. However, if you want to be really, I got it from Pen Chalet, not Goulet pens, which is fine. But actual Westies are not a great swag idea, although 100% adorable. But this is also so cute. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Like an actual Westie, you know, you got to take for a walk. This you can just cuddle whenever you want to.
All right, I'm almost ready.
That's right. If you would like Gimlet merch, you can go to a shelter and say, I would like to adopt at least one dog. Like Jorts. While he's doing this, does anyone have any questions for me?
Fondle Gimlet's ears.
You know, Elsie has not shown any interest in the Gimlet plushie. Not yet, at any rate. I mean, give her time.
Gimlet's ears.
She's just discovered the catnip button today, and it's clear that she's expecting it to do something else because she pushes it. I offer her catnip, and she's like, why did you just give me this? This is not what I asked for. Thank you for bearing with us. I did warn you that it would be excruciating. This train is still here, too. Last night, the thing that Elsie decided belonged to her was a large paper straw. My parents had gone to Steak and Shake and gotten milkshakes, and they have very big paper straws, very broad. And I heard the sound of a cat on a counter downstairs, and Elsie went to go chastise. And as I'm heading down, Elsie comes running up the stairs with this straw held in her mouth like a rose or a dog with a stick. But she had it on one side, so it was like sticking out to the other. And it's like fat and red and white. And she goes running up the stairs and then proceeds to murder that straw. So much murder. Can we have Marlows and rockets, etc., for the Lady Astronaut series? You know, I would actually love a Marlowe plushie. I don't know if you all, I can't remember if I put this in the acknowledgments afterwards, but so you all may not know, Marlowe was my cat. He was 19. And as I was writing Relentless Moon, he was in the process of dying from kidney failure, and I was out of town for months. And so my husband was at home doing all of the medical stuff, and I was calling back, and he was not in the original draft anywhere. And I was just like, why doesn't Why doesn't any protagonist have a pet? Everybody that I know has a pet. Not everybody, but so many people that I know have pets. And so I gave Marlowe to Nicole. And then Maggie was also one of my cats, but she had died several years previously. She was older than Marlowe. I had her first and got her as a rescue.
You ready to hear the Francois?
Francois, I am indeed ready to hear Francois.
Here we go.
Should like to have an opportunity to talk when there is not so much activity. She bent to fondle Gimlet's ears. François de ton parole, magnifique enfant. Jalna headed back across the bridge to the yoga studio. Tesla.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Yep. All right. Now, all the way back to page 334. Down at the bottom. Sorry, go ahead.
And what page?
334.
334. And yes, Meredith, that the real Maggie was like Nicole's, except that I got the real Maggie when she was 6, so I never had her as a kitten. But she absolutely sounded like a chain smoker. Or a dying sheep. Chain smoker, a dying sheep. It was just beautiful, fluffy gray cat with these iridescent green eyes. Like the vet techs would go and bring other vet techs in because she had the most beautiful eyes you've ever seen. And they'd be like, "Come, you have to look at this cat. Her eyes are amazing." And then Maggie'd be like, "Don't mind her. This sheep just dies in your room."
Sheep in cat's clothing.
Okay.
So I think.
Where are we?
I think we're picking up at the very bottom of the page. There are easier ways to steal someone's money.
Yeah. Gonna drink some water.
Okay.
If we don't finish this book because it took 2 hours to record 6 lines of French.
We're gonna finish. If you're not, yeah. Here we go.
Okay. It's fine. It's all fine.
She bared her teeth in a boardroom smile. Or the explanation that fits all of the facts, instead of the gaping holes that your theory leaves, is that an actor is engaged in identity theft.
There are easier ways to steal someone's money. Not if you want the lifestyle to go with the wealth. Tesla rocked her feet up on their toes to try to shift her relationship with the chair. There are connections and people and access that you don't get with just money. I could lose my entire fortune and people would still just give me things because of the connections I have. You could murder someone and people would still love you. Weiser snorted. But you've done that already, haven't you? How many people were on that lab? Fewer than you've killed here. Lee Osborne de Monchaux flattened his hand on the table. I will object on behalf of my colleague. Who do you work for? Weiser swiveled in the chair to stare at him. The company, not for you. His perfect pencil mustache twitched in annoyance. I would prefer to limit the opportunities for lawsuits. Tesla leaned forward so Gimlet's warm body pressed into her belly. Come on! Why was Halden in the bathroom? I didn't have time to go to his room and drag him there. Even if I did, why would I have brought him so close to all the security people? Hang on. She looked at the wall of Bob standing in the corner. You were guarding Halden in the infirmary, and then you were on the stairwell. Why did you leave him alone? Maria. He stopped and shook his head. Well, I'm not supposed to answer your questions. Maria pushed away from the wall. Wait a minute. What? Bob looked to Weiser for permission to speak, and the security chief shook his head. Crane is not running the show here. Tesla's mouth rounded into an O. Did Maria call you? Maria said, I did not. Bob's brows came together.
Yes, you did. You said that the chief needed backup.
I absolutely did not. Her nostrils flared and she turned to look at Tesla. I'll be goddamned. He wrote that message himself. That's why I didn't see it on the mirror when we cleared his room. Weiser slapped his hand on the table.
That's enough.
He turned to the lawyer.
Piper's been cozying up to Stewart and Crane since they got on the ship. For all I know, she could have been collaborating with them.
Oh, for... Tesla straightened in her chair, spine popping as she did. For a brief moment, her vision went white as she gasped. In the room, Maria was objecting, and Lee Osborne de Monchaux was trying to restore order, and Tesla focused on visualizing golden sunlight pouring down from above. Gimlet licked her hand as she slowly breathed. In, 2, 3, 4, hold. Out, 2, 3, 4, hold. A spot of tension in her back eased, as if whatever it was had slid back into alignment. It got a tiny bit easier to think. She swallowed as a thought slid into the place where the pain had been. Hey, she looked at Weiser. Did Holden Kuznetsova tell you to help Niall map blind spots before he got on the ship? The lawyer's eyebrow went up and he turned to the chief. Scowling, Weiser grabbed the handy, wiping Fontaine's window into an upper corner. He jabbed at it.
I am so tired of this bullshit theory about Kuznetsova being an actor. Look.
He turned it to a shipboard picture of Halden sitting in the arboretum, surrounded by trees and laughing as he held a glass of champagne.
And this is the same man from 2 years ago.
The other half of the screen showed him on the cover of Time's Solar Man of the Year, posing in a forest somewhere on Earth with an ancient German shepherd. The dog's white muzzle was pointed toward Halden, and the photographer. That was a long run.
It was. There's only 2 little things to get. You just need to check one. One was a noise. All right, she looked at the wall of Bob standing in the corner, please.
Okay.
You see it? Okay, here we go.
Yep.
Hang on.
She looked at the wall of Bob standing in the corner.
Great. All right, so then Halden Kuznetsova. Did Halden Kuznetsova tell you to help Niall map? Let me listen to that.
Okay.
Listen to it and tell you what you think. Tell me what you think.
I will.
Did
I will tell
Holden
myself what I
Kuznetsova
think.
tell you to help Niall map blind spots?
No, let's do it again. That was me stumbling and seeing if I could try to fix it with acting, and I did not.
Well, you were close because I was like, that could be
I was
her
close.
just following the thought. You were close. All right.
Yeah.
So let's just punch that after she looked at Weiser, just do that sentence.
She looked at Weiser.
Okay. Did Holden Kuznetsova tell you to help Niall map blind spots?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Excuse me. Okay, so picking it up.
Okay.
And the photographer. and the photographer had caught him laughing. There we go. You see it?
Pointed toward Halden.
And the photographer had caught him laughing as the dog licked his chin.
You're telling me he's been an actor this whole time?
The chief was right. It absolutely looked like the same man, with one critical difference. He loved dogs.
What?
Test him for a dog allergy. Tesla tightened her hands in Gimlet's white fur. I thought he was crying. His eyes started watering and his nose ran when he came to our suite. He was standoffish with Gimlet the entire time. There's no way a dog person wouldn't have fallen in love with her or at least petted her. He never, ever touched her. He was mad when she was missing and we wanted to look for her. A real dog lover would have understood. An actor might be able to fake a lot of things, but if he was allergic to dogs, before he gets off the ship and disappears, test him for a dog allergy. Across the room, Maria pursed her lips and looked at Gimlet, and then...
Across the room. There we go.
I'm just going to... Give me just a second to make a small punctuation edit there, because while it makes sense the way I'm reading it, it does not actually look good on the page. I don't want to take the entire word. I just want... Hey. Okay. And insert... Oh, for fuck's sake. Fine. Fine. We'll just... We'll do it that way, then. Fine. Okay. Ready?
Yep. Here we go.
Dog allergy.
Across the room, Maria pursed her lips and looked at Gimlet, then at the image on the handy.
I mean, she's kind of got a point. Seriously? You're going to exonerate her because you like that dog?
It's about goddamn time to got...
Here we go.
Because you like that dog.
It's about goddamn time you got her that pillow. Fontaine's voice boomed out of the handy, and Weiser nearly dropped it. And no, I am not happy. I'm about as close to happy as St. Margaret the day she died. Only being pressed to death over a stone is faster. Weiser threw his stylus on the table.
God, I hate her.
Piper sucked in a breath and looked up from her handheld. Clearing his throat, Lee Osborne de Monchaux made a note on his handhold with a sidelong glance at the security chief. You do remember that my esteemed colleague will be able to hear you in Princess! Princess! Fontaine's voice carried escalating legal bills into the room. Excellent. Hey, Lee, I'm adding discrimination to the lawsuits that were piling on you, in addition to the wrongful imprisonment and emotional distress suits that I was already drafting. Sorry, the actions of that galumphing sack of cheese curds means we won't be able to play golf until this is over. Lee Osborne de Monchaux folded his personal handheld and pushed his chair back from the table. Fantine, I will trounce you in golf at the first opportunity. He stood, tucking the handheld into his pocket. Maria, could you escort Mix? Your security chief wouldn't recognize evidence if it was piped directly into his cranium. I demand that you cease this farce and escort my clients back to their suite at once.
If you want to let the actual murderer walk around your ship, that's on you. My only concern is making sure... Mother of God! Accommodation for medical needs is not pampering, as if you're clear prejudice against...
All right, let's get a handful of little things. I just need to check something on Boom.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds okay. Then handheld. What did I hear on handheld? Something around here. Let's see. Clearing his throat, Lee Osborne. His handheld is a little bit garbled.
Okay.
It's on the previous page.
I got it.
Okay.
Clearing his throat.
Lee Osborne de Monch. Oh, sorry. I thought I had it.
That was right.
Hang on. No, it wasn't. I was about to.
Further up. Yeah.
I had the wrong Lee Osborne de Monch show.
Gotcha.
And handheld.
Yep, here we go.
Okay.
Clearing his throat.
Lee Osborne de Monchot made a note on his handheld with a sidelong glance at the security chief.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's that one, and then would, and the very bottom of the page, Maria, would you escort? We said, I think said, could
Okay.
you escort?
Okay.
Just that phrase. Here we go.
Held into his pocket.
Maria, would you escort Mix?
Thank you. And then wander. Next page, fourth line down. If you want to let the actual murderer wander around your ship.
Okay.
Up through that's on you. God, I love Fontaine so much. Here we go.
Wait, at once.
If you want to let the actual murderer wander around your ship, that's on you.
Thank you. Doing the whole editing thing.
The clients back to their suite at once.
Alessandra, I will give you the pattern for Fontaine's crimson red crochet dress. Or at least the one that I have in my brain. It's a pattern I saw on Etsy. I made, comes in either a dress or a shirt form. I've made the shirt, but the dress form is beautiful.
As if you're clear
I
prejudice
said
against
Etsy,
my client.
Ravelry. It's on Ravelry. Okay.
Is what we're picking it up. As
Clear
if,
prejudice.
Yep, as if, here we go.
Not pampering.
As if your clear prejudice against.
Not pampering.
As if your clear prejudice against my client weren't already obvious. Ooh, wow, there's just a plain old Lee. That's weird. The only time I do that. Do I care? Do I not care? I'm going to go ahead and change it. I don't really know why I want it to be the entire name every single time, except to express his magnificence with his name.
I like it. I get it. I think I get it anyway.
Stupid computer. That's not what I wanted you to do. Come on. Okay. So, try that again. I'm going to copy this because I don't feel like spelling it. And we're going to do an insert right there. Right there. Ugh, for fuck's sake. Why is this hard?
I don't know. It's not like you're running 7 other applications simultaneously.
Humph. Thank you. It's not 7. Although I should probably close Slack, which I had open. Okay.
All right. Lee Osborne, Monchot took. Here we go.
Ready, obvious.
Lee Osborne de Monchot took the handheld from Weiser and swiped it back to Fantine's screen. She was gripping her crochet hook like a dagger and pressing the tip into the desk blotter. Fantine, by the time you hear this, your clients will be back in their suite. You have my personal apologies as well as the apologies of the entire cruise line. Weiser stood to gape at him. You can't be serious. Because of her dog? Yes, essentially. He tilted his chin as he continued to work on the tablet, using his gold nail as a stylus. It did make me pause to think, because she is correct that anyone who is not charmed by that absurdly cute wee doglet is somewhat suspect. That, and, of course, I've just confirmed the message that Officer Piper sent. You did send it. Maria nodded, taking a step away from Weiser to stand closer to Bob. I was right. Bob looked from her to Weiser, whose face was mottling with red. The chief asked, Right about what? Payroll. There was a significant raise. Piper pulled her cuffs from her belt and turned to Bob. Give me your hands. Bob's eyes widened. You're talking about me? Weiser's face paled and then turned bright red. What? I thought it was legit. Bob looked down at the floor, crossing his arms over his massive chest. Jeez, I'm real sorry. Watching the wall of Bob, Tesla replayed things in her mind. I get how he could have fooled you into thinking that Maria was going to take over your shift. But why leave before I showed up? Maria reached for his arm. Come on, Bob. Oh, come on. Oh, for fuck's sake, why do we have 2 come-ons right next to each other? That's bad writing.
Question about Bob.
Yes.
Should his pitch be lower, do you think?
Yes. Yes. Did I let it come up?
I think
Okay.
so.
Okay.
So Bob's eyes widened, maybe. Oh, we got to get a couple of little quick things, too. Let's see here. You can't be serious by Weiser, I need, because there's a little dropout there.
Okay. Give me just a... Okay. I'm going to replace Come On, Bob with a different sentence. Where am I?
You are at Weiser, right after Weiser stood to gape at him. Let's see here. You can't be serious because of her dog. That's what I need. So top of page 338.
Got it.
Or closer to okay. There we go.
There stood to gape at him.
You can't be serious. Because of her dog?
Thank you.
Oh, there's a train.
What's that?
I shall pause to take questions while the train is occurring.
Great. So you said suspect. Is that just Lee Osborne de Monchot being Lee Osborne de Monchot? Supposed
That
to
is
suspect? Okay, great.
That is correct.
I figured. But, all right, let me find Bob's places while we're waiting on train.
Certainly. Yeah. Let me know when you can't hear it anymore. I can still hear it, but sometimes it's in that phase where it...
No, I can still hear it. They got an engine on
Yeah.
the end, too, it sounds like.
The nerve. The nerve. There are definitely other places where it's just Lee, where other people are referring to Lee, but not in the text. Not in the narration. Yeah, no, it's fine. It okay. Curious. Yeah. It's okay to let other people hear that.
Yep. So we're looking for...
No, there's one on 338
Okay.
that I apparently just zoomed right past. No, that's the one I just fixed.
Alessandra, your page numbers are inflated relative to my PDF. Mine doesn't go past 350. So if you could give me some like a contextual
so
line to search the first one would be good.
Yeah, are you, Alessandra, are you looking at the first page? You must be looking at the first page pass.
She's texting you as well.
Yeah, I see it. I've got it.
Great.
I'm not finding it outside of dialogue.
Maybe it's just an older version you're thinking.
Yeah.
It's a long train.
It's a really long train. Alessandra, are you watching me skip through these? Do you see... are any of them... Can you give me a word or a phrase? Text me a phrase to look for, because I'm not... I don't know why you would have Lee's mouth twitched. Do not have an exact match on that, so let me just try mouth twitched. Apparently I've used 3 times in the novel. Oh, it's fine. No, I fixed it. Please note on your screen, Lee Osborne de Monchaux's mouth twitched. right, what page are we on? Because it sounds like it's fading.
330. 330. Yeah, it does sound like it's fading. 338. So we're doing Bob's eyes widened. You're talking about me. We're just doing a lower Bob.
Okay.
Second paragraph from the bottom of 338. Bob's eyes widened.
Right. There we go.
And then I don't know if you just want to go through that until geez, I'm real sorry. Or you just want to punch those phrases it is. Okay. Let's see here.
His eyes widened.
You're talking about me?
Weiser's face paled and then turned bright red.
What? I thought it was legit.
Bob looked down at the floor, crossing his arms over his massive chest.
Jeez, I'm real sorry.
Great. One sec.
Mm-hmm.
Watching the wall. Okay, and then we're picking it up at after come on, Bob. There we go.
Come on, Bob.
Oh, no, that's the one I want to change. Come
Oh,
on,
that's
Bob.
what you would change? Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Maria reached. Here we go.
I showed up.
Oh, sorry. I said I wanted to... there we go. I'm like, what was my change? I got it now.
Okay, here we go.
Before I showed up.
Bob, don't make me ask you twice.
Oh, come on.
Weiser took a step toward them.
It's Bob. Of course he didn't know.
Bob looked at the chief and then looked at Maria. He sighed and then spun, swinging at Weiser. His huge, meaty fist caught the security chief square in the eye. The chief staggered back, fetching up against the table. Maria reached for Bob and he shoved her back with one flat palm to the chest. He spun, advancing on the chief and hit him again in the nose with the crack of breaking bone. Gimlet leapt off of Tesla's lap, barking at everyone. Bob's fists were sledgehammers, driving into the chief's ribs. Weiser dropped to his knees with a groan. Bob.
Weiser. Oh, no, Bob. We'll start with Bob. Let me check one thing. Are your feet near the mic stand at all? I heard a couple little thumpy sounds. Perhaps.
I may have clicked something by accident.
All right, one sec. Can I do Weiser took a step toward them?
Mm-hmm.
That's where I heard the thump. Here we go.
Oh, come on.
Oh, sorry, I thought you could. Yeah, there, I got it. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Sorry, I just kicked Elsie in the face.
Elsie, sweetheart, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were under my chair. You okay? Why are you in here? You're being so good and quiet. Yeah, okay.
She may forgive me, she may not.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Weiser took a step toward them.
Let's see here.
Were you the thumping sound, Elsie? She is innocent. Completely innocent.
Let's do Gimlet leapt off. Did you want to add that of? You put an of after off of.
Gimlet leapt off Tesla's lap. Nah, it's fine.
With the of or without?
Without.
Okay, let's do it there and keep going, please. Gimlet leapt off Tesla's lap.
Okay.
Here we go.
Breaking bone.
Gimlet leapt off Tesla's lap, barking at everyone. Bob's fists were sledgehammers, driving into the chief's ribs. Weiser dropped to his knees with a groan. Bob took a step toward him, and Gimlet tangled in his ankles. Bob danced, trying not to step on the little dog. In that gap, Maria unholstered her taser and fired it at Bob. The big man spasmed, and the wall of Bob came tumbling down. Maria was on him, pinning his hands behind his back. Gimlet licked his face. Bob started to laugh. Wiping blood from his face, Chief Weiser wheezed on the floor.
What the hell is funny? You broke my nose. You thought I was stupid because I'm big.
Bob's face was pressed into the floor, but he peered up at the chief with one eye.
I always figured that if I got caught, the one thing I wanted was to break your nose. Thanks for that. Nicest thing you've done for me.
Lee Osborne de Monchaux sniffed, straightening his sleeves with a nod.
Lee Osborne, here we go.
You've done for me.
Lee Osborne de Monchaux sniffed, straightening his sleeves with a nod to Maria.
Thank you for your quick thinking. Not quick enough.
Tesla stared at Bob, who was still laughing into the floor with his hands pinned behind him. You know he would have eventually killed you.
Nah.
His chuckles were deeply unnerving.
He was only offing people who could.
He was offing. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Deeply unnerving.
He was only offing people who could out him. All I had to do was pretend to be too thick to know.
You're adding the only? Is that... you said he was offing people who could out him. Are you adding the only?
I'm gonna add the only.
Great. All right, here we go.
Deeply unnerving.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I actually am adding the only.
That's my bad.
Yes, Andrew, it is your bad. But I forgive you, and we shall carry on.
Well, as long as the wall of Bob came tumbling down, that's,
While Bob came tumbling down and Weiser's nose got broken, all is right in the world.
Indeed.
Or
All right,
almost
here we
right.
go.
It'll be...
Closer to
Okay.
right.
Deeply unnerving.
He was only offing people who could out him. All I had to do was pretend to be too thick to know that he wasn't really Halden. Loyal bodyguard who 100% believes you. It would have been a good gig.
Nonetheless,
The lawyer's mustache was flattened with disgust, looking at Bob, a look that lingered until he turned to Tesla.
would you allow me to escort you and Mick Stewart back to your suite?
Weiser wiped his nose on his shirt sleeve, leaving a streak as vivid as Fontine's yarn.
I'm not finished with them.
Yes, you very much are.
Lee Osborne de Monchaux straightened his spine.
I've put in a request to corporate to relieve you from duty.
His mouth dropped open, blood from his nose staining his teeth.
What? I was doing my job.
Incompetently. You may take any concerns up with corporate.
Tesla raised her hand and smiled at the ex-security chief. I would offer to...
You can take up any concerns. There's no dropouts. Just take
Okay.
them there, please.
Thank you.
Incompetently.
Oh, sorry, that's a slightly wrong accent for his...
Incompetently. Okay, here we go.
Doing my job.
Incompetently. You may take up any concerns with corporate.
Tesla raised her hand and smiled at the ex-security chief.
I would offer to recommend a lawyer, but I can't imagine a universe in which you could afford her.
Extra dry martini. 2 ounces gin. Stir over ice. Say the word vermouth. Strain into martini glass. Tesla reclined on the couch with a pile of pillows supporting her back. Opposite her, Shal sat propped against the other end of the couch, his legs intertwined with hers. She ran her thumb down the arch of Shal's foot and watched his toes curl a little. For a moment, his eyes fluttered shut. Gimlet lay on the floor, gnawing on a bone that the ship...
After floor.
Gimlet lay on the floor.
Gnawing on a bone that the ship had sent by way of apology. The grinding of her teeth on the bone was both deeply annoying and strangely comforting. Running his hands up her calf under her pajama bottoms, Shal dug his fingers into the tight muscles there. Her DBPS was back online, but there was a substantial difference between muted pain and lack of pain. Shal knew exactly where to find her trouble spots. So, you didn't actually think that was me, did you? No, of course not. Because on the recording, you kinda sounded like you did. He reached over to the coffee table and pumped some more of the massage oil into his palm. I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you had. You would completely blame me. She tugged on his little toe. I'll say that I was confused. Gimlet? Gimlet. That's her brother, Gimlet.
You didn't realize we were pronouncing it wrong the entire book. It's a soft
Whole
G,
book.
like Jif.
Yes. Right. It's the whole litter. We had Grimelet earlier, or Grimlet, and
Grimlet.
Gimlet.
Gimlet. Okay.
Elsie,
Pick it
what
up
did
with-
you find to get in? You can't make that sound, sweetheart. Don't even. Oh, there you are. Woo! What are you? Just going to take this picture. I'm not going to be able to. Elsie, what are you doing? Psst, psst, psst. Yep. Views from the
there's
recording booth.
There's a question I have to check real quick.
It's great. Since I am... okay, while you're checking that, I'm going to hold my phone up. That is my current view.
There's a good catch by Leanne.
What you doing, Elsie?
All right, so back to where we were.
Yes.
After confused. So with Gimlet, here we go. When I get back to
Oh,
where I'm
hang on.
supposed to go. Wait. Elsie's not done.
The hell was that sound?
Something being...
Oh,
Jingle.
that's a squeaking door. Okay, we're fine.
Okay. Here we go.
Was confused.
Gimlet jumped to her feet, barking, and ran to the door. A moment later, the chime rang. Looking at the hothouse flowers that stood, rested, leaned.
Looking, here we go.
The chime rang.
Looking at the hothouse flowers that stood in the corner and the remnants of the chocolate-covered strawberries, Shal sighed. What do you think? Champagne is the latest apology gift? They haven't offered us a choice of fine art available now in the promenade. Gimlet continued to bark, but it had shifted to mingle with her happy whines. Laughing, Shal swung his feet off the couch. I'll get it. Bet you it's room service with truffle fries. Oh, good. That'll pair well with my whiskey. She picked up the glass of 21-year-old Kadeno Koji.
Let's go back and get promenade.
Nope, nope. I want promenade.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Look
After
at all
whiskey.
of those A's.
No, it's fine. It's just we've pronounced
I
it
know, we've
promenade
been
the rest of the time, but that's okay.
Yes.
Here we go. After whiskey.
But she's making fun of them, so I do
Gotcha.
actually want it to be promenade.
Great. After whiskey. Here we go.
Farewell with my whiskey.
She picked up the glass of 21-year-old Kaden no Koji. She'd been one more time to smooth it out.
Okay.
This is
You
not
wanna
a
add
real whiskey, just in case
Did you
anyone
wanna-
was wondering.
Did you want to add old after 21 year? Because you are right
No,
now.
thank you.
Okay.
I do
so
not. Thank you
Okay,
for
here
letting
we
me
go.
know that I was putting an invisible word in.
You got it. Here we go.
Farewell with my whiskey.
She picked up the glass of 21-year Kaden no Koji she'd been nursing and straightened on the couch. She slid her other hand between the cushions of the sofa to touch the bespoke taser she'd made and hidden there, just in case. She didn't need to follow Shao to the door. She could stay put on the couch and enjoy the whiskey. From the hall, Shao's voice warmed. "Maria, come in."
Gimlet, who's the best girl? Is that you? Is that you? Yes, it is. And I know you are the saddest, most neglected creature in all the worlds.
From the couch, Tesla could hear Gimlet's excited whines and snorts of delight.
Oh, hey, Shao. Sorry I...
No, I'm very clear where I stand in the hierarchy. Come in and join us when you finish your reunion.
Just let me give Gimlet her present.
Paper rustled, and then Gimlet ran back into the main room holding a cloth weasel. She stopped in the middle of the room and shook it ferociously. Shao led Maria into the main room. I think I just said main room instead of middle of the room previously, didn't I?
You did.
Thank you.
And let me just.
Okay.
So just let me. Let's take
Okay.
it from there, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me just. Here we go.
Your reunion.
Let me just give Gimlet her present.
Paper rustled, and then Gimlet ran back into the main room holding a cloth weasel. She stopped in the middle of the room and shook it ferociously. Shao led Maria into the main room. She carried a paper bag in one hand and
She carried. Here we go.
Yeah, into the main room.
She carried a paper bag in one hand and had a shiny new security chief badge on her shirt.
I'm not interrupting, am I?
Not at all. He moved a stack of apology gift certificates from a chair to make room for her, just relaxing a little. Sit down, sit down. Maria looked at the massage oil on the table and then at Tesla's mountain of pillows. The corner of her mouth turned up in a smile.
No, thank you. Y'all are canoodling, and I'm not going to get in the way of that.
It's fine. Tesla pried herself out of the sofa, pausing when she was on her feet to make sure everything was lined up. She stretched, enjoying moving with acceptable amounts of pain. And as you noted, Gimlet is perishing for lack of attention. Her dog was on her back, stumpy tail wagging against the floor as she stared adoringly up at Maria.
Yes, I see that.
She knelt by the little dog again, setting the paper bag on the floor. Gimlet rolled over to snuffle it, and Maria pushed her gently away.
You got yours already.
Tesla headed to the bar. What can I get you to drink?
Seriously, nothing.
She levered herself to her feet.
I just stopped by to let you know that, yes, our friend is allergic to dogs.
Ha! I knew it! Tesla peered at the selection of alcohol on their bar. This calls for a drink. Let me pour you something. What's his real name? Shao asked.
Max Astaire. Before you pour a drink, you should open your own present.
She handed the paper bag to Shao.
Compliments of the cruise line as a please only sue us a little apology.
Do we know where he came from? He dug into the bag.
Cincinnati, on Earth. Mostly a stage actor known for disappearing into his roles. Like, a lot of reviews said that.
He met Niall on the theater circuit. Astaire actually thought he was a good enough actor to fool George Sakawa. Wow, that's some chutzpah. Indeed it is. And wait, you'll love this next part. Turns out, Astaire is a cousin of Halden's, whose grandfather was disinherited by their mutual great-grandmother. He had a little bit of work done to fine-tune the resemblance for biometrics, but... She shrugged. He's allergic to dogs. What happened to the dog on the magazine cover? Tesla had a sudden fear that the fake Halden had had him put to sleep. Died of old age at 15 last year. Okay, no, I'm fine.
Okay. After last year.
Had him put to sleep.
Died of old age at 15 last year. Shal looked up from the bag. Also, Maria, you are officially my favorite. Hey, what about me? Tesla crossed the room to join them. Maria shook her finger at Shal. I see someone is enjoying snooping with their network access again. Shal almost blushed. I mean, I still had all the tags queued up from when I'd investigated him a decade ago. It was just a matter of activating the searches again. His dog's death is what prompted Halden's move. He didn't want to subject Rocky to launch, so was waiting for him to pass before relocating. There were so many things Tesla still didn't understand. So... all of that
So all of that. Here we go.
Still didn't understand.
So all of that. Here we go.
Still didn't understand.
So, all of that, remember the main? Total BS? Nodding, Maria grabbed the weasel and offered it to Gimlet again. Oh yeah, he and Niall expected the body to completely dissolve in the recycler so that no one would even know it was there. When we started talking about it, he panicked and had to come up with a whole different story. Hold on. What about the kid that died in the fire? Improv is a hell of a drug, apparently. He had no idea that someone had died and just spun a story when you came up with a name. Gimlet grabbed the weasel's head and tugged on it, growling viciously as Maria held its tail. Get him, Gimlet! So vicious! Shal kissed Tesla on the forehead and glanced.
Shall, here we go.
So vicious.
Shal kissed Tesla on the forehead and glanced at Maria. Tell me if I have this right. Niall smuggled Astaire aboard in his magic equipment with the plan that they would replace Kuznetsova en route and then use the cruise to establish Halden as the real deal. Any changes in manner would be chalked up to the death of his beloved assistant. Pretty much. The man who bribed Emmanuel and who ran up the stairs were both Astaire? Trying to frame Emmanuel and me? Maria nodded. It was a toss-up between framing you or Jalna and Annie. He decided on you because, get this, Annie was famous and you were just regular people. He's telling us everything now, which Lee thinks is because, now that he's caught, he wants to sell the rights to his story. Kill it, Gimlet. Kill the weasel. So in this version, he's an actor who was duped into helping a very dangerous magician who was having an affair with the famous Tesla Crane, which is, of course, why you assaulted him. Wow. I know. I'm just letting him sing all he wants. She let go of the weasel so that Gimlet could shake it. Any idea why he went up the stairs instead of back into his room? Shal asked. He didn't say this, but I've got a bet. Maria grabbed the other end of Gimlet's weasel and tugged. Grr, so fierce! The Terran ring is huge, and it can take half an hour to get from one side to the other. But if you go up to the lunar level and back down, it's a good shortcut. Ooh, who has the weasel? Gimlet ran in a tight circle, shaking the weasel with satisfied.
I love the weasel.
My headcanon is that it is a wiser substitute.
Yeah. I had a little dog when I was a kid, and she liked to shake things exactly like this. Here we go.
And in a tight circle.
shaking the weasel with satisfied growls. An alibi. Tesla nodded as pieces clicked together. He mentioned that he was coming back from the casino, which is on the far side of the Terran Ring. Yep. Hey, Shal, since you've got that network up and running again, any chance you can shed light on UN sloot makers? I've got them and Ori separated, but I'd feel terrible for the kid. Sighing, Shal nodded. Yeah, I don't even have to look it up. I already found the article that I remembered reading. Ori Slootmaker's real name is Philippe Olsen. He was in a 2-year relationship with Ewan's mother that started about 3 months before Ewan was born. He sought visitation rights when they split, but without legal standing. He was always the top suspect and very, very careful. He worked in cybersecurity, so when he decided to vanish, he had all the tools to create a new identity. Ah, Maria nodded as if a piece clicked into place. There's a lot of pieces clicking in this. I'm just going to change that.
Okay. I need to check one thing while you're changing those.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can we go back and I've got them and Ori separated, but I feel terrible for the kid. It almost sounds like we said I'd feel terrible
Okay.
for the kid. So just get that phrase. You see it?
Yes.
Sloot makers?
I've got them and Ori separated, but I feel terrible for the kid.
Thank you.
It's a bad idea. Thank you for visiting.
After so starting with Maria nodded.
Ah.
Maria nodded as if that unlocked something for her. So the not what we agreed conversation was either about Niall giving them security access or him providing a fake identity for
So the not what we agreed conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
After access, actually, I was listening for
Yes.
something, but it wasn't there on playback. So after access, here we go.
Security access.
One more time.
Yep, here we go.
Security access.
Or him providing a fake identity for a stare. Not a fake ID or a stare would have killed him. Probably before George, if I were to guess. Shal sighed and ran a hand through his curls. I've got contact info.
I've got check one thing. It's okay. Here we go. I've got
Through his curls.
Got it.
here we go.
Through his curls.
I've got contact information for Ewan's mom, if they want it. Tesla cleared her throat. I may have offered them an internship? Maria raised her brows.
You made info into information. Is that okay?
No, let me do it.
Okay. Same spot, please. We'll just go from there.
Through his curls.
I've got contact info for Ewan's mom, if they want it. Tesla cleared her throat. I may have offered them an internship? Maria raised her brows. Swimming an opportunity. Jonna did too. I would have too. Shal carried the paper bag over to the bar. But that would involve me not being retired. Maria's brows went higher and wrote a treatise questioning what he meant by retired. So, that smuggling that Niall was doing. Shal pulled a bottle of lunacy gin out of the bag. Is that where you got this? No, because that would be interfering with a criminal investigation.
Maria clambered back to her feet. However, Captain Valdesar Daughter opened her own personal...
We can do it from opened if you want.
Sure.
There we go.
Valdesar Daughter
Opened her
Valdesar Daughter
opened her personal stash and adds to the cruise line's apologies. I'm gonna
You're
drink
going
some
after
water.
apologies. So,
It's all fine. Totally fine. Try it again?
yeah, I might have to be able to do that after apology. Hold on.
Sure. Thank you for stitching that together from as if it
After-
were French.
After cruise lines, so we just got to come in on apologies.
Okay.
to the cruise line's
Apologies with her own apologies. Tesla smiled. Well, tell her thank... The chime rang and Gimlet sprang to her feet, running the door to fend off whoever was outside. Gimlet! Tesla sighed and raised her voice to be heard over her dog. Sorry about this. She's never been fond of delivery people, and this has all made her more protective than ever. Maria nodded and walked to the door, fishing in her pocket. Gimlet? Treat? The little dog abandoned her efforts and came to sit in devoted adoration at Maria's feet, with her silky ears in perfect triangles of attention. Handing her the treat, Maria looked through the peephole and then opened the door. No, they don't want balloons. She looked back into the room. Unless I'm wrong? Not even a little. Shal raised the bottle. This is plenty. And none of it,
After plenty. We got to get two things. Great. So then running to the door.
okay.
Previous page. The chime rang. Gimlet sprang to her feet, running to the door. We said something different. You said running the door.
You know, she's a little bouncer is what she is.
She's very smart. She can open and close the door. She runs it.
Mhm.
So let's take it after. So just running to the door to fend off whoever was outside is all I need. Here we go.
Okay.
sprang to her feet.
Running to the door to fend off whoever was outside.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Close.
Yeah, but I also do the acknowledgments
We were close.
for my own.
I'm joking. Okay. And then Silky. There's a dropout on Silky. With her silky ears and perfect triangles of attention is what I need.
Okay.
Yes.
At Maria's feet.
Okay.
At Maria's feet.
With her silky ears in perfect triangles of attention. Handing her the treat. Okay.
Moving on. After this is plenty. Here we go.
This is plenty.
And none of it is going to stop Fantine from suing. Tesla shrugged apologetically. She would crochet my soul into a garrote and use it to strangle my body if I tried to keep her from having fun. If they are trying to butter someone up, she likes yarn. Noted. Maria came back into the main room, tapping on her handheld. Do not disturb is on now. I'll suggest yarn to legal. Y'all have fun now, you hear? She closed the door behind her, and Gimlet stared up at it mournfully for a moment, then ran back into the main room and attacked her new weasel.
Sigh showled and brought.
There we go.
Her new weasel.
Shal sighed and brought his arm around Tesla, hugging her while still holding bottle and bag. He rested his chin on her shoulder and turned his head to kiss her on the neck. Well, how do you want to spend the remaining 6 days of our honeymoon? Karaoke? She laughed and paused for the train. Meredith, in answer to your question, wouldn't they be legally obligated to contact Ewan's mother? This is a yes and a no. Social services is absolutely going to be legally obligated to contact Ewan's mother. That is not the cruise line. So what Shal is offering him is an opportunity, offering them an opportunity to contact their mother before arriving on Mars and getting shoved into a system. And also offering a shortcut on getting to their mom instead of having to wait for the system to do its thing. Because Cruise Line has no idea who Ewan's mom is. Oh, trains.
Yeah. Huh? Trains.
Trains. There are 6 trains.
That might be the last engine, so that's a good thing.
I hope so.
Although I learned these days that some really big trains have engines in the middle as well as at the end, in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
This sounds like a train just full of engines.
It really does.
It's just they're moving them all somewhere.
It's just
Oh, it's going away.
very, yeah.
Good joke.
So the
Raquel. I
plot
like
for
that.
book 2. I do have a book 2 in mind and a book 3.
All right, I don't hear any more trains, so after karaoke,
Okay.
here we go.
Karaoke?
She laughed and slipped her hands down to squeeze his buttocks, partly so she wouldn't put pressure on his ribs, and partly because his ass was glorious. Are you serious? I still owe you makeup sex. Well, in that case... He led her back to their bedroom with the ginormous Martian King bed and set the lunacy gin on the sideboard. Zoe, don't have to get out of bed for the post-coital martinis. Ice? She came up behind him and found the drawstring on...
She came up.
Ice?
She came up behind him and found the drawstring on his pajama trousers. Vermouth? Damn it. He turned in her arms and slipped his hands under the edge of her blouse. I'm always forgetting something. Can we train Gimlet to make cocktails? It depends on how much dog fur you want as a garnish. She raised her arms to let him pull her shirt up over her head. He stopped, hissing. Nope. Sorry. Ribs? Rib. Singular. Shal grimaced as he lowered her shirt again. It's just certain movements. Fortunately, I can take my own shirt off. Tesla drew it up and over her head in a way that did wonderful things to her breasts and waist.
Tesla lifted. Here we go.
Shirt off.
Tesla drew it up and over her head in a way that did wonderful things to her breasts and waist. Her back twinged, but nothing outside of tolerances. When she dropped her shirt on the floor, Shal was staring into her eyes with a crooked, goofy grin. She closed the remaining distance between them, sliding her hands up his back and into his hair. His breath was warm on her neck, and she could feel every soft, returning caress of his hands. When he,
here we go.
Rest of his hands.
When he had suggested a cruise to Mars for their honeymoon, she had been at best dubious. Shal kissed her neck, lips warm and soft along her skin. What about the martinis? I suggest very. Tesla Crane kissed.
Tesla Crane.
Just very.
Tesla Crane kissed her spouse's neck, tasting the sweet salt of his skin. Very. She nipped his ear. Dirty. Acknowledgements. There are, as always.
Here we go.
Acknowledgements.
There are, as always, so many people to thank for getting this novel into your hands. This book was supposed to come out in 2021. My editor, Claire Eddy, was totally calm when I said that writing in 2020 and 2021 was hard, because I was not the only author having that conversation with her. When I started this, there were no courtesy masks in it. I went back and wove them into the early parts of the book because I can no longer imagine a future in which they aren't part of our lives. Not as a constant, perhaps, but still present. My agent, Seth Fishman, who always has my back, worked with Claire to take the novel off the schedule and told me to just take my time. That is not easy for me. My assistants, Christine Sandquist and Alessandra Meekum, kept things moving so that I had time to work on this novel even after I foolishly said yes to things like running a major convention. Christine also doubled.
Let's see here. Not as constant. Not as constant, perhaps. Let me listen real quick. Yeah, you said not as a constant.
Okay.
Not as constant. Just punch that, please. Unless you want it to be not as a constant.
Hang on, just half a second. I'm just adding in a bit after the end of this paragraph.
Okay.
Okay.
Not as constant, perhaps, but still present. You said not as a constant.
Thank you.
Yep. Here we go. Just that phrase, please.
Aren't part of our lives.
Not as constant, perhaps, but still present.
Thank you. Pick it up where we left off. Christine also doubled. Here we go.
Running a major convention.
Christine also doubled as my sensitivity reader on trauma and gender. It turns out that I'm heavily programmed to write gender binaries even when I'm trying not to, and they give excellent notes. Jordan Corella was also a sensitivity reader on service dogs and was an invaluable help. For those listening to the audiobook, my engineer, Andrew Twiss, is a genius who makes me sound good and as if I can speak French. Lunar French, at any rate. The members of the Lady Astronaut Club have been an amazing addition to my life. Without our co-working sessions, I don't know that I would have kept writing at all during the pandemic. Special shout-outs to sorry, everybody, I'm about to murder your names. Delicata. Oh, Kendra, are you here? I've said your last name before. Zwizik. Zywick. Shit.
All right. Should we forvo? She hasn't.
She's on a cruise. The nerve.
CZYWYCK. Let's just see if Forvo has a thing. Come on, Forvo. No. Not on Forvo.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Zywick, and I will check with Kendra when upon return to shore, and if I am wrong, we will fix it when we do the fixes.
Sounds good. Okay, so punching in after at all during the pandemic.
Okay.
There, okay.
All during the pandemic.
Special shout-outs to Anne Delicata, Stephanie Franklin, C.L. Polk, Jen Coster, Kate Montgomery, Kendra Zywick. Zywick is what I decided.
Let's do Kendra.
Okay.
Sir Kate Montgomery.
Kendra Zywick, Leanne Parsons, Megan Voss, Nathan Byton Miller, Rachel Guten, Dee Dee, Stephen Ryder, and Win-Win. The Whiskey Chicks have my heart. Thank you, Eileen Cook, Elizabeth Boyle, Susanna Kearsley, Kathy Chung, Nephilie Tempest, Crystal Hunt, and Liza Palmer.
And Liza Palmer.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do Crystal Hunt and Liza Palmer. That's a better
Okay.
punch.
Chung, Nephilie Tempest.
Crystal Hunt and Liza Palmer. Why can't I say Palmer? For fuck's sake.
Chung, Nephilie Tempest.
Crystal Hunt and Liza. Liza, I'm so sorry. I know that you're not listening to this, but maybe I will just go and give you an edited version of just this part where I can't say your name for unknown reasons.
Rachel has a pronunciation. She said there's a pronunciation on Facebook. It's Zizwick. Is that what we said?
Zizwick.
I don't think that's what we said.
I
Let's go
did
back
not.
and get
I
that.
said Zizwick. Thank you.
Let me find
Thank
here.
you, Rachel.
Zizwick, 1934. Where's 1934? There it is. Yeah. All right. Kendra Zizwick. Here we go.
Zizwick.
Sir Kate Montgomery.
Kendra Zizwick.
Thank you. Just clean up the bunch. Great. Okay, moving on to Crystal Hunt and Liza Palmer. Here we go.
Chung, Nephilie Tempest.
Crystal Hunt and Liza Palmer. You make me a better writer and a better person. I also had help on some specific things, which were all kind of cool. Stuart Pluin Calvo answered a call on Twitter to help me make the Lunar French non-binary. Y'all, that ain't easy. Speaking of difficult languages, I had the pleasure of attending IceCon in Reykjavik in one of the tiny gaps of normal. The last night there, a group of us sat around and filled in the Mad Libs where I'd left placeholders. Hildur Knutsdottir and Julius Arnitsen Kaber.
And Julius, or Julius, however he's pronounced.
Julius.
Hildur
Julius.
Knutsdottir
And Julius Arnitsen Kaber, in particular, were greatly helpful with the Icelandic. One thing of interest is that Icelandic has historically had binary patronyms, so Captain Valdisardóttir was originally
So Captain Train.
Captain Train. At least Captain Dog is not happening.
Yeah. Fucking train.
Why so many trains? Whiny.
Like, shit, we gotta move stuff around the country. Well, no one's looking.
Forget ships passing in the night, it's trains passing in the night. Very loud and very annoying.
I'm a little punchy.
Yeah. Okay.
Shh, trains are passing. That one seems like it's
I think it's clear.
gone a different direction. Yep. Okay. So after patronyms, here we go. After binary patronyms.
had binary patronyms.
So Captain Valdisardóttir is literally Valdis's daughter. Valdis is a woman's name, which is allowed now. And in contemporary Iceland, non-binary folks can have ber, child of, instead of dóttir or son. I need to thank Max Fagan, who made me the most amazing transit calculator to help me figure out the lag time as they went, as well as brainstorming about how the wacky ship works. More about that in the About the Science portion. I wrote portions of this while on a cruise with the Writing Excuses gang. We run a workshop every year, and for 6 years it's been on a cruise ship. So thank you, Brandon, Dan, Howard, Marshall, Dawn, Sandra, and especially Erin Roberts for her karaoke expertise. Thank you to everyone on the 2021 WXR at Sea. That group of writers in the R-Bar, that's all of you. Shauna Hoffman and Lisa Harding introduced me to cruising and make my world a brighter place. Many thanks to Chef Colfus McDonald, the executive chef on Royal Caribbean's Independence.
The executive.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Elsie.
Sound
If
work
she
all done.
meows when I get... After cruise ship, I am inserting another paragraph that's if she meows while I'm doing that, or if you can paste it in, if you've captured any of her meows while I'm talking about her.
Let's see if I got that one. Hold on.
Probably not.
I missed that one, but you said keep it.
Oh, well. Yeah, if when I get to the... I thank my cats.
Okay.
So.
I'll leave it in.
Hi, sweetheart.
So we're picking up with the executive chef on the Royal Caribbean's Independence of the Seas.
Okay.
Colfus McDonald.
The executive chef on Royal Caribbean's Independence of the Seas for taking an hour out of his day to talk to me about how kitchens work on a cruise ship. My cats, Elsie and the late Sadie, who played tag across my note cards as I was working on the plot. Without them, the visit to the yoga studio would have been elsewhere in the novel. And, of course, my family, who encouraged me to vanish for long stretches of time. Mom and Dad, I love you so much. Robert, you are the Nick to my Nora. About the science. The Lindgren is a bonkers ship that no one would actually build, except a cruise line. For the past 7 years, I've been running writing workshops on the Writing Excuses podcast on cruise ships, Royal Caribbean specifically.
We held one on the Oasis of the Seas, which is also a bonkers ship that no one would build. I mean, it has a water show with 3-story tall diving platforms. Cruise lines build floating cities all the time, so why not a spacebound one? And if you're serving the populations of 3 different gravity wells, why not cater to them? So the Lindgren is bonkers, but it would work in theory. Max Fagan, an actual rocket engineer, helped me work out the parameters of the ship to fit the needs of the story. Departure is on Tuesday, April 30th, 2075, and is a 12-day transit under constant thrust, which provides consistent gravity to the central column of the ship. That's lunar gravity. Slightly under Terran, but not much. What does that mean?
I thought lunar gravity was 1/6 Terran gravity.
Yeah, I don't understand. Oh, no, it's supposed to be slightly under lunar. Slightly under lunar, but not much.
Gotcha. There's a couple of punches we gotta get.
Okay. Okay.
Back to the punch on the previous page with Chef Kalfas McDonald. Hour of his day, just the phrase "to talk with me" about how kitchens work on a cruise ship. Here we go.
An hour out of his day?
To talk with me about how kitchens work on a cruise ship.
Thank you. Great. So then, science with the next page. I've been writing workshops with the Writing Excuses podcast on cruise ships. You said on instead of with. Let's take that sentence for the past 7 years, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
Except a cruise line.
For the past 7 years, I've been running writing workshops on the Writing Excuses podcast with the Writing Excuses.
Except a cruise line.
For the past 7 years, I've been running writing workshops with the Writing Excuses podcast on cruise ships.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And moving on. Let's see here. After lunar gravity, right? Slightly
Yes.
under lunar gravity, but not much. Here we go.
That's lunar gravity.
Slightly under lunar, but not much. Extending from that are 2 centrifuge rings that allow the passengers to experience Martian or Terran gravity. I fudge a lot about distances between the rings because it's about 50 meters, which is about 11 stories. The theater makes no sense, really. I mean, it works, but who would watch from the lunar level 22 stories from the stage? I'm figuring there are massive screens up there. As I said, the ship is bonkers. On the other hand, the deep brain stimulator that Tesla uses is only barely science fiction. My mom has Parkinson's disease and has a DBS to help with symptom control. It took 5 different surgeries to install it, 2 of which were brain surgeries. When she went to have it activated for the first time, she needed to use a walker and her speech was mushy. The doctor activated the DBPS and the tremor just stopped. I have never seen anything more miraculous in my life, and it was a miracle made of science. She walked out of there without assistance, and her speech sounded like her again. It's adjustable, but you have to use a clunky device with direct skin contact to make changes. There are experimental DBS devices to control pain, but pain, it turns out, is so specific and so personal that doing a controlled study on this sort of management is really hard. There are also efforts to use DBS to help with various aspects of mental health, like depression. The other medical assistance that Tesla has is her service dog, Gimlet. Gimlet is based on 2 real dogs. There's an actual Westie named Gimlet who belongs to my friend Eileen Cook. she is too cute to be real. There's also a service dog in our life named Captain, who is a stability dog for my mom. He's a chocolate lab and is a very good boy, and also very, very much a lab. He's eaten a corn cob and 5 nails. When we got him, the training center said, he's a dog, not a robot. The difference he's made in my mom's life is, again, miraculous. The trouble with Parkinson's is that your brain starts to work slower and you'll freeze.
Just got to get one thing. After you said brain surgery, you said brain surgeries, plural, bottom of the previous
Thank
page. I think it was bottom of the previous page. It took 5 for, 2 of which were brain surgery. Yeah.
Maybe it should be brain surgeries.
It could be surgeries. I mean, it's not wrong. It's just whether you want
2 of which were brain surgeries. 2 of which were brain surgery. Yeah, we'll go with brain surgery.
Right. 2 of which. There we go.
And surgeries to install it.
2 of which were brain surgery.
One more time. Surgery sounded weird on that for some reason.
Okay.
And surgeries to install it.
2 of which were brain surgery.
And this is an actual DBS.
DBS.
Because
Yes.
this is in true real life, unlike the one
The real
with
life
P in
thing,
it,
yes.
which is science fiction. Yes, great.
Yes. No one can tell me that I'm wrong about the DBPS.
Right. Anne says her name is misspelled in your.
Oh, dear God,
acknowledgements.
Anne. Did I pronounce it right at least?
Someone has asked that question. She has not yet responded. D-E-L-E-K-T-A. D-E-L-E-K-T-A, yep.
D-L-E... Wait.
D-E-L.
I'm just going to go look at it.
You can
and
see it
tell
on the
you-
chat. Yeah, there you go.
Look. Oh, yeah. Hey, threw an extra letter in there. Don't know why. Thanks, Anne.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
I assume that's a cat.
That was indeed a cat.
Yep.
Catherine, I see your or Chris. The list that's in here is not actually the beta reader list. So very sorry. There are I think it was 120 people sign up to beta read, so I picked the people that I listed in a different way. Because yeah, Elsie, are you helping? Okay.
Okay, so after miraculous, so starting with the trouble with Parkinson's is that. It's, just past halfway down
Yes.
the page.
Got
Okay.
it.
Miraculous.
The trouble with Parkinson's is that your brain starts to work slower and you'll freeze. A walker could make my mom more of a fall risk because she'd freeze.
A walker. Here we go.
Sorry, I'm just not liking the way the sentence is built.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Just changing it to a walker made my mom.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
And you'll freeze.
A walker made my mom more of a fall risk because she'd freeze and couldn't squeeze the brakes, so the walker would keep going forward. Captain doesn't.
He feels the freeze and stops. He can prompt her to move. People with PTSD who have service dogs can go out into the world again because the dog can sense signals. Elsie.
Creek?
She is on the table getting ready to jump, and I don't know. And she's doing the butt wiggle thing, which is making the entire table shake. I'm like, jump or don't jump, Elsie.
We have to go back and reread Anne's last name. We didn't say it right.
Delecta. Yep. Figured.
Yeah. Okay, let's go get it real quick. As soon as Sorry, it's not that funny, but I just hear the creaking. 1933. Okay, 1933.
What are you looking at? You trying to decide if you can make that jump?
Okay, special shout outs to Anne Delecta. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Here we go.
All during the pandemic.
Special shout outs. Thank you, Elsie. Good timing.
Here we go.
All during the pandemic.
Special shout outs to Anne Delecta. Thank you, Elsie.
Perfect.
Rachel, you're impressed that Elsie has not informed me that it's past bedtime. I think that's why she's in here. Okay.
And just make a punch here. There it is. Great. Okay, got it.
Okay, thanks.
Then we're picking it up. So after people who have PTSD who have service dogs can go out into the world again after again. As soon as I find what page we're on, there it is, page 352, last paragraph from the bottom.
Okay.
Starting with because.
Can go out into the world again.
Because the dog
Can go out into the world again.
Because the dog can sense signals happening in their body before they do. I've talked to people and watched videos of dogs working with their handlers that are just heartbreakingly beautiful. In one, a person with a brain injury that caused random shutdowns was practicing crossing the street with the dog. The dog was doing an alert instead, and the person was a little annoyed. Then they had one of their shutdowns. The dog was in exactly the right place to catch them as they went down and stayed there until they recovered. If they had been crossing the street when that happened. All of which is to say that service dogs are amazing and can do so much more than you expect. They are highly trained and require maintenance, but can be liberating for their owners. When you see one, you can help their human by doing these things. 1. Don't make eye contact with the dog. 2. Don't touch the dog. 3. Don't talk to the dog. The dog is working, so let them focus. They're a dog, not a robot. And finally, a thing that is just for funsies. The trivia game that's happening in the R-Bar is playable. All the answers are either in the book or in the real world. If you figure out the theme, email spareman@maryrobinettekowal.com for a bonus. About the cocktails. Right up front, I want to say that I think that everyone should be able to have a celebratory beverage and that it shouldn't require alcohol. I am interested in cocktails because I like flavors and alcohol affects the way flavors evaporate or change in your mouth. It's neat. I'm less excited about getting drunk, so having zero-proof cocktails to switch to makes an evening more enjoyable. I prefer that term to virgin or mocktail because both of those seem like they're placing a value judgment on the drink. As a culture, we place a lot of stigma on people who don't drink. I'd rather we didn't. Did you know, by body weight, women can only metabolize a third of the alcohol that men can? So all the settings where drinking is expected place women at a disadvantage. If you're someone from a culture that doesn't drink or it's not healthy for you, doubly so. I'm hoping that seeing the zero-proof drinks in here will give you things to order that are fun. My secret, if the bartender is not on the mixology god of the scale, is to just ask for tonic and bitters with a lime. But I also like a well-mixed, spirit-forward drink and can linger over it for ages. This is part of why I favor drinks served up, because I don't have to worry about the flavor diminishing as the ice melts.
I'm melting. All right, we got to get a couple quick things. Disadvantage. Disadvantage is a little garbly. So all the settings through disadvantage, please.
Okay.
Just in the middle of the page. Second paragraph, 1, 2, 3, third line down.
Got it.
Alcohol that men can?
So all the settings where drinking is expected place women at a disadvantage.
Thank you.
I'm going to add the word end.
End of the scale, yes. Mixology, end of the scale.
I'm just going to put it into the text, I think, if I find it again.
So
didn't
my
say
secret.
it.
What are you talking to?
Lost the word. Yeah, my secret. Got it.
Yeah, that's where we're right now.
Okay.
There we go.
Alcohol that men can?
Oh, it helps if I punch at the right place. It's always,
you
always
know.
very, very helpful. Here we go.
Things to order that are fun.
My secret, if the bartender is not on the mixology god end of the scale.
Great. After up. Favorite drink served up.
For drinks served up.
Because I don't have to worry about the flavor diminishing as the ice melts. If you're new to cocktails, here are some terms that show up in the book that might be useful to know. To know.
New. If you're new, here we go.
If you're new to cocktails,
Here are some terms that show up in the book that might be useful to know. Serve up. Stir or shake it over ice to chill it, then strain it into a glass. It says class. So classy.
After serve up, here we go.
serve up.
Stir or shake it over ice to chill it, then strain it into a glass so there's no ice. This means that the cocktail doesn't dilute over time. Rocks. Serve it over ice. Serve over ice. There's no it there.
Rocks. Here we go.
Dilute over time.
Rocks. Serve over ice. Neat. No water or ice has touched this. It's room temperature and usually a single liqueur. Dry shake. Shake without ice. You do this to emulsify ingredients. To shake or stir. Shake if the beverage has fruit juice in it to emulsify it. Stir for pretty much everything else. Shaking causes the ice to shaking breaks up the ice. Breaks the ice up.
Shaking. Here we go.
Everything else.
Shaking breaks the ice up and causes it to melt faster, so the drink will be slightly more diluted. If a cocktail is very hot, you might want to ignore the shake-stir guidelines and go with shaking. flamed orange peel. Over the cocktail, hold the orange peel with one hand and a lighted match with the other. Squeeze the peel to express the oils over the glass so that the oil passes through the flame. It'll do flashy sparkles as the oil falls to the surface. Cayenne salt. You can buy this, but if you want to make your own mix, use a 1/4 cup kosher salt and a 1/4 teaspoon cayenne pepper. Also, excuse me, but I made up these cocktails for this book. Amal's Hospitality, Frisky Business, Orbital Decay, Reckless Generosity, Magician's Nibbling, Dangerous Words. If you are interested in trying to create your own cocktails, take one of these and swap out an ingredient. Swap out 2. Dangerous Words, for instance, is a last word with rye instead of gin and amaretto instead of maraschino. The trick is that every cocktail has a base, a modifier, and an accent. Sometimes all of them are in equal parts, but and
there's something with the orange peel, flaming orange peel. For
fuck's sake.
You said squeeze the peel. It's supposed to squeeze peel.
Yes, I'm gonna keep. I'm inserting the.
Keeping that. Great.
Yep. I knew it as I was doing it, but I was like, I'm being very conversational right now, so it doesn't feel right to.
Gotcha. And then when you're done with that, we'll go back to sometimes all of them are equal parts. We'll start with but you'll also at the very bottom of the page, 355.
Okay. I'm making note to self to remove the chapter numbers, but I'm going to have to argue with the program a little bit, so I'm not going to do it right now.
Yep.
Okay.
After, at the very bottom of 355, but you'll also.
Yep.
Here we go.
All of them are in equal parts.
But you'll also often see cocktails structured as 8 parts base, 3 parts modifier, 2 parts accent. This works regardless of what proof the cocktail is. Sometimes you'll want to adjust up or down depending on how strong a particular flavor is. Flavors are fun, and making something tasty.
Here we go.
Flavors are fun.
And making something tasty doesn't have to be intimidating. That's it.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm not reading about the author. They are on their own for that one.
All right. How about Bob reads about the author?
Mary Robinette Kowal is the author of the Hugo, Nebula, and Locus Award-winning alternate history story.
The Calculating Stars, the first book in the Lady Astronaut series. She is also the author of the Glamorous Histories and Ghost Talkers, and has received the Outstanding Award for Best Narrator, 2 Hugo Awards, and Nebula and Locus Awards.
Tempting. It's tempting.
No. Just run through every voice I used in this.
I know. It's the first half of that, but I punched in later. I didn't realize you actually go for it.
It's okay. It's going to be on the video recording, so you also get to see the faces that I make when I do my voices.
That's true.
Well, are we going to listen to our
I mean, we kind of have to.
I think we do. Give me just a second to I think there's 2 things we need to do. One is, and perhaps the most important, is to get cocktails.
Yes.
And 2, I need to, I want to make it so that people can see your screen bigger on my whoosy what's it, my beloved OBS streaming thingy.
I gotta give them a way to hear. Said.
Okay. So, shall we,
Yeah, I gotta run get something. How about 2 minutes? Or how long is it gonna take you to make something?
I'm just gonna pour a scotch.
All right. I will be right
Pour a
back.
scotch neat. It's tempting to make a cocktail, but I am in, maybe I'll make an old fashioned.
All right.
Nah, I'm
I'll
just
be
gonna
right
pour a
back.
scotch. Okay.
Oops.
I'm gonna
You
give
share
you
that.
all
Okay,
give you all
reshare my
jazz while we do
screen.
that.
Oh, there you go. You got it. Yeah. Okay, great. Be right back.
Okay, so I've made the screen big so you can see see what Andrew's doing. I guess I should have asked if you wanted to stop sharing your screen so they could see you, but
Nah.
okay. I did wind up making an old fashioned.
Kneeling on the floor.
Oh, good. You can hear it.
Yes. Okay.
There it is. Okay, good. Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
All right.
Kneeling on the floor of their suite, Tesla Crane could just feel the vibrations of the centrifugal with warm brown skin beneath distressingly glossy with warm brown skin beneath From the couch, Shao lowered the blackwork he was stitching into the sleeve of a Yes, Gimlet. But she still yes, and that was your I'm hit. He ruffled Gimlet's fur. She pushed back to her knees and grabbed the arm of a chair to brace with as she rose. She pushed back to her. Ready for karaoke, Grimlet? Evil incarnate! Where the Westie was protecting them from evil incarnate. No, it's still wrong. Where the Westie was protecting them from evil incarnate. Where the Westie was protecting them from evil incarnate. No, it's too little. Still huffing with indignation that someone had... Still huffing with indignation that some... For fuck's sake, why do you keep starting at the... That's not the punch she's giving you. Tesla rummaged through the jewelry. And how does she know that the steak is bigger than her dog's head when he has not taken the lid off yet? Slowly, he played... With chartreuse hips around generous pants.
That's my favorite.
A bribe. Oh, I've just... A moment later, the karaoke.
Karaoke.
I remember thinking to myself when I was writing this that I was going to have to figure out how to sing it. Whoa! I know this place. I actually came up with the whole thing. I didn't know the... Oh, whoa! I know this place. That was not what I came up with. I'm trying to do some... Pish, tush, tosh. All Paris leapt to their feet. Should be leapt to their feet, right? Just a moment, please. I am so excited. And shall we carry on with this? It is a moment. Sighing, Tesla crossed the lobby to I'm going to drink some water. I hope Gimlet wasn't a bother. Not at all. I use the matter printer to make a leash for her safety. She is very much loved. There is no much there. Sighing, Tesla crossed the lobby to Aubrey's. Tesla jumped onto her hind legs. Gimlet got in front of her and put a paw on her calf, sniggling her. It stuck. I didn't see it, just that she'd been... As the orange medkit expended. Right now, it would feel like a... I'd like to... Which is why we need to win. The speed with which She let go of Gimlet's lead and the bloody... Tesla felt the pressure of her palms against each other, but not the slickness of the soap or the visible dampness.
I think this is not actually a blooper. I might have had a...
Inside the bathroom, Aubrey said, Mixerau? Mixerau?
That's the part. Anyway. So.
On the other side of a velvet wall, a cobweb of bright red barbed wire waited along the spines of her side. No, there's no on the page. Kneeling on the floor of the tiny, slightly grubby office, Tesla Dun dun dun. I'm Officer Maria Piper with ships. I'm. Fuck you! How the fuck does someone get murdered on a fucking... Chief Weiser took the shouting and nodded slowly. That's a question we all have. We've arrested the man who did it. Tesla stepped forward. You did not. He whipped around, and if there hadn't been witnesses, he looked like he might have hit her. You be quiet.
That's not actually a thing, I guess.
And while she normally hated taking it, this is my lawyer on Earth, where your parent company is. Oh, Fantine is not on Earth. Previously, this had an extra hyphen in it, which does not affect the narration in the slightest. The door clicked shut behind her with a second obvious buzz of analec. Bap. That is a period and should be a comma. Shal rubbed the little dog's head and leaned over to kiss Shal on the cheek. But by imprisoning my client in this oubliette...
Extremely flexible.
Shal's eyes widened in Mark's stumpy tail wagging with delight at whatever. He waved the arm that wasn't the hand. He waved the arm that wasn't clutching Tesla's hand.
He waved the arm up. Hey. Not using my hands right now, just using my arms.
Just my arms.
Being a Westie, she could not actually do, which he probably... Shal lowered himself, grimacing, to lie on his back on top of the bedspread, which he probably had already done since Gimlet just a moment ago put her head on his shoulder, which, being a Westie, she could not actually do if she were...
My editorial comments.
Aubrey grabbed the wrap skirt that Aubrey had supplied. Tesla grabbed the wrap skirt that, oh, for fuck's sake, in Planters, in yet another attempt to create the feel of being on a planet. Ugh. Captain Valdisar here. On the screen, the concierge's face clouded.
I don't know if that's a real. This one was
Thing,
real.
but it happens with a pond.
Oh, there it is.
His face clouded, and their lunar French accent thickened into dependency. So dependency is where your pond is actually overflowing. It's like decamping, but it happens with a pond. Captain Valdisar here, out. Let me try that one more time to smooth it out. On the screen, the concierge's face clouded, and their lunar French accent thickened into... and bland... and bland bait... For fuck's sake. Not that the central core of the gravity-lacked ship... Who at so maketh rascot. Sorry. She was so... in English now. Captain Valdisar daughter barely looked up from the handheld, flicking through screens of data. And for God's sake, let her have her dog food. An accent strip of mirrors above a bar rail. An accent strip of mirrors above a personal assistive mobility unit. Personal assistive mobility. Tesla shook her
like I'm
head to shake the
deflating.
cobwebs away. Really? She shook her head to shake? No kidding. Huh. Wow, that's great writing. If she's trying to regain contract with us and she's trying to regain contract, she's got the contract. She'd have fun. One more time. Starting simple, she tried doing a search for blue hair server first. Starting simple, she tried doing a search for blue hair server first, but it turned out that all the servers, I know why I'm having trouble with this. Tesla favorited all those with blue in their hair and anyone around the right part of the skin tone spectrum. Tesla favorited all of those with blue hair in their hair. He cleared his throat, and she had definitely woken him up. La la la. A practicing Buddhist and enjoyed rock climbing in his spare time, and anything she told Xiao would almost certainly be listened to by
I think this is an alt.
Jishin and
Okay.
Yuki. Do you need anything from?
Sometimes I save lines that I want to make sure I have in case I need to pull something from later and I forget to take them off the punch in.
One unobjectionable margarita. Don't like that. Say it again. One unobjectionable margarita. Oof. Emmanuel froze. His chest contracted.
See what's happening.
That's just you laughing.
Just me laughing randomly.
I wonder where it came from. Let's see if it came from what came before it. No, nothing. That's just laughing. Okay.
Brom. 3/4 ounce sweet and enter the passcode. Oh, hello, Elsie. And offered her an immaculately. Tesla watched like a day-old bruise seemed to tinge the room with blue, purple, all of the colors, really. Any color randomly. In the she dropped pitcher into the ice.
I'm so committed.
I didn't know who Pitcher was.
If the Tesla McKinsey.
I just like this one.
Is it gonna go?
Tesla
in your,
McKinsey.
That'll be part of my theme song.
yeah, eventual thing where you do the rave mix.
Right.
Tesla McKinsey.
It's just
Swallowing, she pulled a chair up in front of the printer. Actually, I'll also ask him about. Oh, sorry, I just bumped things. Fontaine leaned toward the screen. Fontaine leaned toward the screen, making a motion as if she were enlarging. Did it make a difference? Sorry. On the screen, Fontaine crowned at her crochet. Whining, Gimlet snuggled. Tesla set up a search on the group code attached to George's account and returned 7 other passengers.
No, I don't know what that one.
Tesla would... She settled in the office chair and pulled out a sheet of stupidly expensive... Her little legs trotted with swift purpose. I'm just noting that there's a random capitalization there. Trees. Cruise art, so odd.
What?
In a bathtub filled with...
Oh yeah, so odd. Okay.
Jenny knelt at the end of the car. That seems like it would be good. If she could give tips, she might try to bribe, one tablespoon. With her ears perked up and pointed toward the pair, she was so eagerly cute. Ah. Oh, why do I do this to myself? Jalna, no. Just a little. Just a little. He took the tray gently and set it on the nearest chair.
The chief wants to find anything I see.
The Westie huffed at him and trotted back to sit at Gimlet's feet. No, that's not what she did. The Westie huffed at him and trotted back to sit at Gimlet. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Are you still there? Did I lose you?
Yeah, I am. Did you lose me?
Suddenly I can't hear you.
Oh, weird.
Should be
I'm definitely
because-
still here. I can hear
Hey,
you.
Robinette, are you there?
I am. Huh.
Heard something.
Okay.
Said, "Oh, you are, but why can I hear you?"
I don't know. Can audience hear me? Weird. Have I muted?
As long as you can hear the playback, I guess it doesn't really matter. I'll just. Can you?
Okay, they say that they can
I'll
hear
turn on
both
my
of us.
playback over here, and then I should be able to hear you through Skype, right? If you unmute yourself.
Oh yeah, good call.
Search Connect suddenly is
Weird.
gone away, so I can't.
Okay.
There you are. Great. Yeah. Continuing.
The chief wants to
Continuing
find
on.
anything I see.
The Westie huffed at him and trotted back to sit at Gimlet's feet. No, that's not what she did. The Westie huffed at him and trotted back to sit at Gimlet. Oh, for fuck's sake. Tesla lowered her arms at Win. I'm going to pause to drink water. The damned passenger Fontaine had the detailed scan of the gin bottle. Fontaine had the detailed scan of the gin bottle and was probably better suited to raising hail with the captain. Draping train.
It's your drum track.
Sliding his hands. She carried the cocktail glass to him. Ah. Did you know that she wasn't originally do I want to do scheduled or scheduled here? I hadn't thought about... He clenched his hands and dragged his gaze back up to hers, to meet hers. As soon as I'm finished with the magician, I'll head back... I fly one of your Immanpeer personal spacecraft. These that go in the air. There's no air, there's space. You know, it's cool. You're Tesla Crane. Oh my God. I love loved you on this. If they're gonna drink water. Tesla flushed. He gestured toward the corridor, leaning. The leaning corridor of pizza, spangled with silver stars that caught. Drinking some water. To take your order, drink. Order. Granting privacy as a murder. I mean, she nodded toward the bar situated at the back of the theater. Oh, for fuck's sake, why am I putting an extra RER in there? Jonas's breath is. Try a remote reboot and She pushed the water of bottle closer. Woodsy smoke of an Isla Scotch. The lighting was a twilight after the lighting. Okay. Et elle ne devrait évidemment pas être seule dans cet état. Alors c'est mieux qu'elle.
Oh, these are my savers. That's why they're here.
Okay.
I was like, in case I don't like my speeding up.
Annie,
Nice.
CIL.
So we can take those out.
Tesla grabbed that train of thought before she could. Sweet. Tisla. Her cousin. Which meant. She dialed back the DBPS She dialed back the DBPS so she could feel the warmth of his hands playing along.
Because that's sexy.
The chief.
Right.
That's good. That's really.
No. It's fine.
Her voice, her face, some feature. Following the line of her jaw to the tender point underneath. Good. Gimlet stood up on her hind legs and rested her paws on Tesla's thigh. Telling a potential.
The fans are calling for me to play that little thing again.
Oh no.
Telling a potential. He snapped his fingers with faux chagrin. A light rap sounded at a light rap. The service elevator was scuffed, unornamented. Just let me run ahead to let Marjabine know we have gas. With a deliberately silly helicopter. Tesla nodded as if she didn't have questions for him about the argument he'd had with. Tesla nodded as if she didn't have questions for him about the argument he'd had. He'd had. This is not a difficult combination of words. She arched her brows, suppressing a smile, and headed after Janny. Flowing curtains stirred the ship's... The flowing curtains did not stir the ship's circulation system. They were stirred by the ship's circulation system. Gentle Titian flutes. We learned how to say that. Tesla's shoulders relaxed, and she... So we just kept going, and her work on haptic feedback for non-anthropomorphic robotic interfaces is so jaw-dropping. Like her... She turned towards the... Parents had to sign a consent... Shao bowed his... and slapped his palm. Majabin hurried between the yoga mats, murring. Murring is another new word. It means moving while purring. At her feet, Gimlet made a low boof. I can do a better boof, boof. I made you miss most of the yoga show, so I'm not going to make you miss the magic class too. Then you shall make it up to me by letting me play with le. See, now I'm overthinking. Are you sure you want to re-record this? Ewan would either be flipping out that she and Jalna were leaving, or crushed. Oh, sorry, she and Jalna were hanging out. I don't know where we are in relation to our cabin. Sorry, there's two eyes. Annie beamed, heading through the lobby to the bridge that cut across the promenade area. Spanning the gap between their promenade. Oh, for fuck's sake. On the Terran level... Antoine de Tromperie.
Oh, that one's a keeper thing.
I think the thing is,
Sorry.
all those sighs, I just sound so
Let's
disappointed.
go back. Okay, let's go.
Just like so disappointed in myself.
They tend to crop up more at the end of the day, I think.
Right? Yeah.
Sharp noise, clear in silhouette.
Wait a minute.
Sharp noise, clear in silhouette. If the person fell from the Martian level.
The Martin level?
Martian
That's what I
level.
just said? Martian level, okay.
Oh, it's the stomach noise.
If the person fell from the Martian level.
It's a cat. It's a cat. It's not me.
That's right. That's right.
Looking from the elevator back toward the and down.
Oh no.
Tesla had a hard time looking away from the scene below. Staff was pushing people back in an uneven circle as someone strung a yellow cleaning tape across the far end of the Earth level.
That's just extra.
There had been other members of the studio, but stayed packed in a protective. Other sorry. Yes, direct brain stimulation is better than... And that is why I'm a genius with robotics. It's you just... And then... Tesla scans the room, which still had the looks in... Helicopter. The signal in the yoga studio. The signal in the yoga studio. The signal in the yoga studio is wildly unreliable. I am sure it is nothing. 3 possibilities. Actually, let me try that again. They clambered to their feet with the awkward gangliness of a teen.
Clampered.
As if she were holding in an anger of torrent.
No.
She took the offered ship newsletter. She meant red webs of anger. Still, it meant that she could plausibly deny just to keep communication lines clear. The next passenger had a souvenir T-shirt in their hand and held it out. Of course, I'm happy to sign your. The next passenger had a souvenir T-shirt in their hand.
Oi! I got a souvenir T-shirt in my hand.
I can. Z fished a hand. Her left leg was sluggish, and then the horribly scoop back butt sprung.
I just can't say any of that.
She rolled her eyes at him and turned to the people. Tesla sagged a little as people did. Piper officer. With a sigh, Annie looked out at
Like a not real thing. I'm gonna get rid of that. It looks like it's an alternate.
Throwing the covers back, he started to get out of bed and stopped with a hiss. The matching silk tank and shorts were in a muted heather. There's no Annie gave you as an alibi. Said you were with her until right before Annie Smith. And there's no Smith there. Annie gave... wrong voice.
Oh, God.
Sure, there was a plausible lie for having gutted the cabins.
Cool, blimey, Governor, is what Leanne said.
I know.
Maria Piper. Why did I suddenly give... It was hard to express hauteur with pajamas. Because he
No.
She swapped the pajama bottom.
I'm just gonna scat now.
Swapped the pajama bottoms for for fuck's sake, with white work embroidered. Sneezing. Pressing them hard enough that his fingernails paled. Maybe. But what's very interesting is that Ewan used a polydactyl octopoid in an. It made the fact that her left lang went the trolley. He hovered. The little dog stood on her hind legs. Partially. Shh, Elsie, shh. Gotta sneeze. Got multiple. Besides, I enjoy the rituals of beverage. Do you want to tell us who would have had access to our things that could have swapped the gym? Gin? Swapped the gym.
Gimlet.
Just Elsie opening the door behind us. Tesla opened the app for the scanner she'd cobbled together on Tesla opened the app for the scanner she did not cobble together the scanner on her hand. Shal pushed up the leaves of his kurta. It was a floral motif. Shal pushed up the sleeves of his kurta and cracked his knuckles. If they're one orange wedge. The man just seemed just wrecked. Tesla patted her jog. Holden, it just sneezing. Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you use it? They mimed a firing bolt. Oh, for fuck's sake. Thanks for letting us pet. Mix Kuznet. About a half hour ago. One more time. About. Before explaining a glance. Exchanging. The connection to the reader had an obvious break where the body weight of an exuberant teen had Tesla sighed as all the entire gravity well. Really?
Yeah, all of it. All the entire
That's
gravity
just
well.
as the entire gravity well.
No.
The hemorrhoidal.
all the entire.
Hemorrhoidal. She'll have to reverse the polarity and shit. You have got to get better at BSing science.
I think that's just a fair.
Security door, and then beyond that, the back of the other room's mirror. Sorry. She'd need to make sure that the visible break was the only one, and also print beads of sweat stood out on his bra.
It's a very waterproof bra he was wearing.
It's important to have.
Without windows, the suite was black as space. Shawls. Why did I suddenly? Right, let me insert a space. Grab Gimlet's leash from the chair. We can use that to tourniquet his arm until the built like a Russian. Wearing her gray and purple hair in a high side ponytail with a silver lame bow clipped to the front. Boo. The orange medkit. Put her hands on the floor, the wall, the ceiling. Fantine counted Carmen Scritches.
I mean, important.
Out of courtesy.
They keep counting your Carmen Scritches, too.
Elsie tracks Scritches.
She does.
Tesla headed
hello,
across
Elsie.
across the lounge, not across the cane. I have not seen Sweet Gimlet since you have come with mixed cousins. They gestured and hesitated. They hesitated and gestured. Pressing back into the pillows with his eyes squeezed. I don't think that's
Eyes, yes.
Yeah, eyes.
Past tense.
Pressing back into the pillows with his eyes squeezed shut. She bit the inside of her lip and glanced at Shal. Should we? Dun, dun, dun. The cramped beige, and also if they're going from Earth level to sickbay, which I've established is on Mars level, they would be going up to sickbay, not down. But between that and the cane, no one had noticed her yet. No one had yet noticed her. Sure, we get that. I get that. Someone gets it. Everybody gets it, really. I mean, it's all fine. Waving a hand at his handheld. Sorry. He raised the pitch of his voice when he made the sound as if he were remembering. So maybe I should do that. I don't know. As She took his arm. Do-do-do-do-do. Helicopter. Hit. Pet, pet, pet. She took his arm.
Collecting.
I see that.
While Shao peered through the round door. While Shao peeled the door apart with his bare hands. While Shao peered through the round door in the window. Oh, for fuck's sake. A melange of aromas blended with stops on figure hop. Oh no, I was correct. Sorry, I'm fine. And Estación de Ganamidas and Estación de Ganamidas for and Estación de Ganamidas for heat from Mexicanics residents, not settlers. For fuck's sake. And slapped cuffs. The flat rectangle glowed as her fingers. I'm really glad that I've clarified that the rectangle is flat. Over. His description of Piper took a half step. Shao took a half step closer. This one had dozens of people with black page boy. Oops, page boy is not correct. Half certain that Emmanuel was a bit. Blowing out a sigh, she turned back to Shao and Tesla, shooing. With a glower that could. And the thrumming of her pulse in her ears sounded like the whoosh of. The thrumming of her pulse in her ears sounded like the whoosh of recycled oxygen in a spaceship. A service drone whine. There's a murderer on the loose. Excuse me.
Just FYI.
There's a murderer on the loose. I'm an adult and can set my own goddamn breath. Blah. Blah. Blah.
So much good material.
Oh no. Yes.
If you don't
okay,
mind
fine.
servers with truly terrible fake accents a server with a bright It reminded her of the time she and Shao had gone to her cousin's performance of Dancing at Lunasa, which they. Oh, and I cast me mind. Oh, now I just sound ancient. With his ribs around his arms. In a really uncomfortable posture. The image had 3 blurred spots. The line between a fake accent slipping and a real accent code switching. So she goes to the gift shop after Annie dies, after Ruth dies, because going to it after she has also died would be challenging, unless we're dealing with the undead, which I suppose is a possibility. I hope there aren't vampires. Retail therapy was a way to exert control and not shocking, really. No, not really. No. And a lunar and a lunar urinal vacuum, also done in the largest accessibility stall.
I'm glad we established the largest accessibility stall. I don't know why that was there, but
Tesla checked out the hand sanitizer and the sinks as if she had any clue what she was looking for. Mhm. Tesla checked out the hand sanitizer and the sinks as if she had any clue what she was looking for her. Oh, for what? Fuck's sake, why do you keep adding a her? I mean, I know why. But for the Suckerfoot,
this seems like this is an alt.
most of the commercial. I could compare it to photos of the one you and. My design teams work with the fashion industry colors, and this year those were purple, teal, and metallic gold. So blue isn't this season, for fuck's sake. She'll keep hounding them to reconcile me with the net. That's not the correct. And then kissed her. There's no the and. The elevator doors were glass, and she could see through them. Were glass, and she could see. The elevator. Shal was threading his way. Shal was. She turned back to the glass wall to look for Shal. As the door closed, doors. The ice cream shop staff. As she consents. Her voice was breathy as she bloomed on the left. Bloomed? It's not bad, actually, but bloomed is the correct word. And why was Gimlet on the lunar level? Or had she been somewhere else and her bark had just sounded like... During the course of her year and a half there, she had learned During the course of her year and a half there, she had learned a handful, and her father had sent her to boarding school. I'm having some scrolling problems. That neither Shal nor Gimlet are going to be served by you trying to chase a murderer down on your there. That neither. How many more people are you willing to have die on your... Fantine could argue for her, but waiting the 13 minutes for each round trip of argument would take too long. Tesla, I don't like the collection of train noises that are happening in the background. Oh, it's very nice, though. Why am I not just move?
No.
The trap.
like that.
I can't answer. 3/4 ounce. Sorry, 2/4 ounce grenadine. Ahead, behind, beside, somewhere. Where are you going? Why am I suddenly British? I don't know. Oh dear God! Someone help me. People with potential. 3. The chief operation. Opened dunghole cake and sent the pic of the blue suckerfook. Fun times. And an octobot. Pour creme de cassis into a champagne flute. Is that hard? Watch. That sounded like Shal. As she reached the door. As she reached the door, Shal stepped ahead of her to open it, which he did only on cane days. Tesla looked up as she made room for the... McFloppy needs his nails trimmed. He almost tore my... McFloppy needs his nails trimmed. He almost tore my...
I don't know what that's about.
They wanted me to teach them a trip.
So maybe it wasn't Slutmakers using his code at the.
Niall bent down and snapped the sponge from the ground. Floor. The flat place below him. Niall sighed and spat the sponge. Set.
That was
Tesla rested. Shall rested
like it was
his.
strangled.
Someone. There was a resting of something.
Something.
I'll tell you why I let Niall walk away. I'll tell you. I want to hit you a little harder.
Tesla had the urge to tiptoe as they headed back to the yacht club. Shile kissed Tesla on the cheek in a flamboyant display of musculature and reset it for the next trick. Shile gave something akin to a scout salute and sauntered out of the box. He paused to murmur to Maria.
I don't know what that's about.
Jalna tapped a finger on the arm. He always looks so... there's no so. Oh, sorry, I accidentally just clicked the wrong thing and myself with Aperol. Try. Shal nudged her and pointed to the far end of... Ori put a finger across his lips. His fingers were cuffed in front of him, like maybe how a spoofer would complain why they'd had navigation trouble with their robot in competition on the lunar balcony.
Complain?
Shal scrambled back, trying to get off Tesla, and still made the pain spack past. Yeah. Backpacking, and you're packing a special thing, so that's why it's called spack past. And also the past tense refers to a repast, which is why it's a picnic. It's a special picnic, is a spack past. I'm gonna sneeze. She took it and leaned heavily on the head. On the head? On the handle. Jalna and Anna sat quietly. Jalna and Annie sat quietly, throwing out a constant string of and her eyes caught the yellow beam of She got to the lobby she got to the door to the lobby. She set the handheld on the floor and shoved the knife. She set the handheld on the floor and shoved the screwdriver. Da, da, da. Dun, dun, dun. 1.5. The metal door rattled in its lock. Tesla kicked him in the face. The knife hit the floor. Snatching it, she rolled back under the partition to get a stall away from him.
I don't know what that one.
Screw the crack. Shake cognac and
As if she could fend off her attacker, as she claimed.
it let her function without having to measure. That was a long run. It's about goddamn time to as if you're clear prejudice against.
Oh, come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why do we have two come-ons right next to each other? That's bad writing.
Gimlet?
Not wrong.
Gimlet. Looking at the hothouse flowers that stood. She picked up the glass of 21-year-old Kadeno Koji. Died of old age at 15 last year. So all of that shaking the weasel with satisfied. Got it.
That little phrase, shaking the weasel with satisfied, just does not give enough context.
No, no.
Opened her path. Running the door to fend off whoever was outside. Sigh showled and she came up behind him and found the drawstring on it. Tesla drew it up and over her head in a way that did wonderful things to her breasts and waist. Tesla Crane nipped her, kissed. Special shout-outs. Thank you, Elsie. Good timing. Crystal Hunt and Liza Palmer. Why can't I say Palmer? For fuck's sake. Crystal Hunt and Liza. Liza, I'm so sorry. I know that you're not listening to this, but maybe I will just go and give you an edited version of just this part. So Captain Valdesar daughter was because the dog can sense signals. Because I don't have to worry about the flavor diminishing as the ice melts. Shaking causes the ice to shaking breaks up. And making something tasty. Tasty.
Oh no.
Helicopter. Kid. She took his arm. The fake accents and fun times. Blah, 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 blah. Fun times.
That's all, folks. Bob would say.
Fine.
That's got to be one of my favorites. No.
Oh, if my abdomen hurts tomorrow, I blame you. Oh my god. Thank you as always. Andrew, can you export that particular section? I'm gonna just share that for my Patreon supporters. That's gonna be, so if anyone wants that as a ringtone, I guess. Oh dear God.
You want that whole little last chunk you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean. Okay, I'm good. It's all fine. So thank you all for joining me on this adventure. And you can rejoin us when we have to do the fixes, which will happen sometime in the future. I'll post an announcement where Audible will tell us, you got these things wrong. And then I have to fix them. I mean, it is, I make that voice as if I'm mad about it, but I'm actually really glad that they have a proofer and that I have an opportunity to make corrections. But despite all of this stopping and starting, there will still be corrections we have to make. So, yes. All right. Thank you all. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you all. My pleasure.
You're
Thanks.
a wizard.
Appreciate it.
Sure. All right. Back to the jazz, and then I'm going to stop streaming.